ground, they feel like super stiff and difficult. But yeah.
I never understood like how you could have restricted movement until I did that thing to my back where I was like, I just can't bend over.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt. I just can't.
Yeah, your body's like, nope.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
I'm ready.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Ready for Pierre to die.
Just enjoying fish and chips. Right. So last time, you arrived at Fort Champion quite a while ago now. You had a little party which everyone enjoyed. Maybe except Uriel, who threw up everywhere on Jilly, if I remember correctly. After that, we met Ember's new furry friend, Blaze, who already started causing a lot of trouble, sneaking into the meeting where you're all discussing the possible missions that you had to do for the Grand Army, seeing as you are the away team. And you selected escorting the Iron Throne shipment up to Fort Obligation. Now, on this journey, you were assaulted and led into a pretty... wouldn't even call it a trap, really, because traps have to be hidden. But Slugger was very pleased that you go in his trap, and you are currently in battle against Slugger and his minions. And I'll take you over there now. Both Dewey and Pierre have gone unconscious from their wounds. So you guys better pull something out of the bag, because, well, I don't know. Could be the end. But I somehow don't think so. Maybe. Where is it? There. Where is Jeremy? Oh, is the music not playing for anyone else?
Not playing for me yet.
No, not yet.
No, not currently.
Oh, there we go. Starting.
Mine hasn't.
Oh yeah, there we go. Starting now.
Oh, mine hasn't. Oh, I don't mind. I can.
It's pretty fucking quiet, so it might be because your volume's really low down.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
So I can't hear it. So
Refresh your page and it should work.
okay, here we go. Oh no, it's going to bad apples. I don't know what it remembers. You know when you press refresh.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Okay. All right. So Toby, you're up. It's a big turn.
Yep.
You've seen Pierre go down next to you.
Yep. So, a couple of things. One, did Pierre fall off his horse?
He would have dismounted, yeah, when he went unconscious.
Okay.
Wasn't there a save to see if you did fall off or not?
Can you do it? I don't think you can do a save when you're unconscious, can you?
Oh, wait, there was a thing, wasn't there?
I thought that was just if you're awake.
Oh, yeah, quite possibly.
I'm not sure.
I'll have a look, just quickly. Mounted combat. Mount movable. Mount is not prone.
Oh, Mount's fine.
Does Rider have greater than 0 speed?
Not if he's unconscious, no.
Yeah.
Mount subject to dex save. I don't think it's... Mount is moved against will. Rider's not prone. So he would have been not prone by going unconscious, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay, apparently do a dex save. But I'll say you have disadvantage seeing as you're unconscious.
Okay.
Oh, you make it. So you're just propped up in your saddle with just like past it, like you've fallen forwards and you're like hugging Mulin's head.
Do it have to do one as well, yeah?
Yeah, I'll do one
Yeah.
for him.
Okay.
And
so
Dewey
horse.
also falls forward onto the horse.
Nice.
Fuck. Okay. Still on his horse. It's good. Okay. I think.
Hmm?
I think I want to get big
Okay.
and step off the horse as a necessity.
Yep, so that should we say it pushes your horse?
Yeah, I think he'd like
Right.
usher the horse back.
Yeah.
Yep. Make me big, Kieran. Make me the biggest boy. So that's a bonus action.
See Asia's eyes go as you suddenly grow.
I'll take off one of my uses of that. Small and large become large. Advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Each of your turns, one of your attacks. Blah 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 blah. Yep. So. Fuck. Yeah, I will make a war pick attack against the rider here.
Okay. Yep.
So he has I have a master crafted war pick, right? Not a proper
You do.
plus
So
one. So
it's a +1, but it's not magical.
Oh, okay. So it still gains all the normal +1 stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 13.
13
Yep,
just
goblin.
misses as he is mounted.
Roger that.
They get bonuses.
Let me just see if I need to hit to use my thing. Yeah, I do need to hit. That is my turn.
Okay.
So I
Yeah.
got
Death save.
Nat 20. Oh, come on!
Nope.
I just rolled off of it.
That was so close.
Fuck me sideways.
Oh, wait, I do get blessed with that, right? It's a saving
It's a saving throw, yeah.
Guys, I actually
There you go.
passed.
Hey.
So it
Success.
passes. Nice.
The power of
Right.
a monitor.
Bugrick. He is going to keep attacking this warg on the floor. This warhammer. He just hits, does 7 bludgeoning damage. It looks pretty weak, and he tries to straddle around to here. Rodri. Rodri going to. The horse is going to disengage. Going to ride around here.
Mm-hmm.
And then she is going to do a. So she holds out her hand, and out of her hand, Tasha's caustic acid comes shooting out in a straight line. She is seeing if it's from the middle. It's going to go to these two guys here. So it hits the riders as well, as she can angle it.
Fucking A.
Because I was thinking about this in a week, but the goblins would be on the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're hitting the rider, it's not difficult to hit the mount as well.
Yeah. Oh, where's the magic stuff? There. Actually, it's caustic brew. Oh my god, it was a good one as well. 8.
Nice.
Okay. So the goblins have to do their dex saves. So both the goblins fail.
Hey.
So at the start of their turn, they'll take 8 acid damage. Oh no, not you.
Bodes well.
And then the wargs. So this one here next to Toby passes,
Bust.
and this one here next to Mulin's fails.
Phew.
Just need to quickly read. Stream of acid, 30 feet. Deck save, cover of acid. Yeah. Okay. Has to use an action to scrape it off. Dewey. I will do his. Death save.
Hey! Oh,
Let's
dear.
fucking go!
So he comes back. Does he get a turn, or is that's the end of his turn, right?
No, he gets his turn.
Yeah,
Oh, he gets his turn. Fuck.
Yeah, it's a very strong thing.
Gets back up and he's like, "Oh, what happened?" And he's going to sees these wargs down here. He's gonna ice knife them.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Nice.
That hits, and he's gonna do it on the rider. So he takes the piercing damage, doesn't he? And then the other ones have to dexterity. So the 2 wargs make dex saves.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, they both fail.
Beautiful. Spellcasters showing up.
And then this warg collapses onto the ground.
Oh, fuck!
Hell yeah.
Wouldn't have been in 5. But so this guy here has to do.
Deck save, I think it was?
Yeah, so the 2 goblins have to do the dex saves for the ice.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy fails and he falls off and dies.
Oh my god, Dewey!
And this guy passes.
Yeah.
But he has to do another dex save to see if he can successfully dismount with his reaction. But you get to nut 1 and falls prone.
Hey.
He says to Ember, he's like, "Get that one."
Yeah.
Joan.
We similar. Joan Word. She's going to use. Oh, I can only do it once, can't I? Oh no.
Yeah. So Dewey's looking pretty bad. Pierre's looking pretty bad.
I'm gonna give them 10 HP each. With
Beautiful.
my Channel Divinity.
Okay. So everyone can feel the radiance of a Monitor surge through them, and Pierre props back up on Mulin's.
Am I allowed to do a bonus action as well?
You can if it's just an action.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Spiritual Weapon.
You already got it out, so you can move it,
Oh,
or you can attack this guy here.
yes, I have. That guy there. Don't know. Feels like it. Really. Don't know. Sorry, that was a useless answer.
You can pretty much hit anything you want to with it, really, because it's 20 feet.
Is that a bad guy?
Which guy?
This one here.
This one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, all the ones in red are baddies.
I'm gonna move it to over here.
Just don't hit the big pig.
Don't hit the big pig.
Don't hit the big pig.
Why not?
Because he's stunned currently by me.
Oh, I see. I won't hit the big pig. The big pig, sorry.
Big pig.
Yeah, so that's that.
Right. But
9.
I'm trying to imagine what this actual is. It a sun face? Does it look like a sun face?
I kind of imagine it like the bit in a film about aliens where like the light from a UFO gets beamed down and all the cows start floating up. I imagine it a bit like that.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that the face was going to bite him, but yeah, that's cooler.
No, that's better. That's better. I
Okay.
like that.
So you see the eyebrows on the face like go down, and it's like tries to chomp out, but the hide's too thick for off the warg. Okay. So
That's me.
there's range.
Wish Flora were here. She'd be like, "Oh, a man. There he is."
We will start. And before you heard Slugger whistle, and you see these two guys. Let me do a quick thing. So yeah, he gets up fine. And this guy over here start to go towards the platform. As they seem to be coming to him. Then we'll start going around. So this guy up here will attack Bugrick.
Do these guys not get shots?
Yeah, they do. They just haven't done it.
Oh, I thought they just moved. So.
They did just move. Maybe the whistle was a sign.
I'm just wondering.
Fancy sign.
So the
Oh, Bugrick, you big piece of shit.
So the warg tears into Bugrick, doing 11 points of piercing damage.
No.
And he's still up.
He's still up.
Yeah, Bugrick. Keep tanking, boy.
And he has to do a strength save. But no. So he's not prone. And we'll do this warg here. Probably. Yeah, he'll just go for Dewey again.
Yeah, they are intelligent.
17. 9 points.
Oh!
Piercing damage. So he's still just clinging onto horse.
Fucking hell.
Got to do a strength save. Fails. So he'd go prone. So I guess he's not.
Let's make the save, right?
Yeah.
There's a thing where you go prone.
So he is pulled off the horse.
Fuck, Dewey.
Yeah.
But you did get that 20, so. Play.
Guy next to Joan. Probably actually go up here. And then, so he'll stab with his dagger. Just clangs off Joan's armor. And then the warg also tries to bite up at Joan, but her Uriel rears and can't quite get contact with him. Then this guy, this walk here, is going to charge in at Joan.
Uriel Rias is a graffiti I saw in Fort Champion.
And again, Uriel and Joan, light from Monitor guarding them, managed to fend off that walk. This guy here is flanking, so he's going to go for Rodri.
Oh, yeah.
Get some. Ooh. So, wait, why is that 22? Yeah, so just Oh, because she shielded, didn't she? Or would that? No,
Already
it wouldn't.
had her
It wouldn't be
turn,
there
so-
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that hit, and I'll do her strength saving throw. Oh, sorry. Wait, what is it? So she managed to stay up,
Nice.
but she does take 14 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
That's... And then this guy here is going to try and attack Pierre, who's just got back up on his horse.
He hits. I'm using Toby's reaction.
Wouldn't
He
be
does hit.
flanking, would it? Because what's his face is
No.
stunned.
Yep. So Toby will use his reaction.
What did he hit by?
Interception.
Huh?
What was his? How much? What was his?
He got a 24.
I mean, yeah, I'm not missing that.
What does say interception? What does interception do?
I reduce the damage by 1d10 plus 2.
Ooh.
How much damage is it?
11.
Fuck me.
Oh.
Reduced by 4. Kept you up at least for now.
And strength saving throw, please, Pierre. Oh wait, who would do that? No, yeah, Pierre would do a strength saving throw.
I'm so good at them.
That's twice now. It's a roll just past.
And then you need to do a dex.
Oh yeah.
See if you've pulled off.
Yeah, I'm quite good at them.
Nice.
Yeah. So you, once again, face down on Mulan's.
Oh, could he have passed the strength? It doesn't matter because he passed the thing anyway.
And then
Bless on him.
Oh yeah.
little goblin is going to try and stab Pierre,
But
but it just misses with a 14.
And this guy down here?
Which guy? Ooh.
This guy.
Oh, that guy.
Little prone man.
This guy looks up at Slugger. He's just done the whistle. He's gonna try and climb up onto this warg. But the warg, it's not his rider. So he's gonna have to do an animal handling check.
He's also prone, right? So I don't know if he can actually do that. Because it
Oh,
costs
he is
him,
prone.
it costs him
Yeah.
half his movement to get up, and I think it costs him half his movement to mount something.
So 9,
He
10,
definitely
it's
can't.
10 feet to get there.
Yeah, but it costs him
He's got-
half his movement to mount, doesn't it? I think.
So yeah, it would be 15.
Yeah, which is
He's-
he's already used half of it to get up.
15. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that might have saved him. Actually, he wouldn't do that then. He would.
Well, he could dash to get on it.
Nah. He's a bit. He doesn't really want to be in a battle after seeing all his friends are dead. So getting on the warg, he thought it might be all right. He's going to shoot at Rodri.
Pew pew.
It flies off into the distance. That guy dashed. These guys are dead. Ember.
I've been trying to think about how I can hit all three of these things here.
Oh shit! Sorry. I fucked this up.
Okay.
This goblin should be dead because it's got fucking acid on it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
This goblin should be dead because it's got the acid on it.
Well, that one didn't hit Pierre. Did the first one hit Rodri for damage?
Yeah, it did. Shit, sorry.
That's all right. Fixed it.
This warg didn't attack me, I don't think, either.
It did.
it
It's the
did,
one that
that's-
pulled you off.
That's the one I intercepted.
Oh,
If
so
you-
I still do take the damage.
Yeah.
But it's looking pretty ragged next to you, Pierre.
Okay.
And it hasn't cleaned off the acid.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to do some cool acrobatics and jump up to there, can I hit all 3 of these things without hitting Jack? Or is that not good enough angle?
What is the
Draw the angle out because we can't see.
Oh, you
What?
can't see.
what's the spell?
Agonaz's Scorcher.
It's a line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I saw with cone things, they have to go over at least a half, but I'm not sure it is. When raw with the lines, you can do that. So you could hit
Oh,
them.
dear.
Because I remember looking at it being like, that's dumb, but that's the
I think
rules. So
It's because it's like 5 feet across as well. So if it's
Yeah.
5, this is why it's, if it's 5 feet across, so like that as well. So it's like a box basically, but in a different,
Yeah, it'd be like that.
so it's like
Yeah.
that basically.
yeah. That'd be fine. I remember reading about a post of this during the week and not agreeing with it, but apparently it's the rules, so there you go.
I think I read the same
I
thing. Yeah.
Just don't know if I can do it without hitting Joan. Is the
I think
only-
you can, because it only has to clip. Like, you get the
Yeah, you definitely
like
can.
widest point.
Mm,
You go like
If you're
that.
feeling weird about it, Hannah, you could say like give the first warg advantage on its deck save or something.
yeah. Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But first, I must
Oh yeah,
succeed.
yeah. This is the important thing.
Oh, get over there. Alright. How the fuck do I get over there? Let's jump to the horse. Jump
you-
to the floor.
Can you do 2 acrobatics checks then?
Yeah.
With bless.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Dewey has bless on him as well, by the way.
I'd only be 3.
Yee.
Oh, well, that's bad.
2, 8.
So 8. Are you jumping onto the horse?
Yep.
Do an animal handling check as it like starts like freaking out as you land on it.
That's fair.
As
Poor
you
horse.
go too much.
Bless.
Nice.
Ooh.
19.
So as you jump over, you manage to stroke his mane all the way down. He's sort of like, yeah.
We'll see. Then she's going to jump to the floor. Or I suppose just climb off. I mean, whichever.
Be half your movement to climb off.
Yeah.
She's really fast, isn't she? So-
Yeah. Speedy Gonzalez over here.
Is Blaze on Ember or on charcoal?
Blaze is on the horse, yeah. I
Okay,
imagine him
that's
like
good.
just being in the main, sort of sleeping.
Yeah. I have a very strong mental image of him looking up with wide eyes as you're like flipping around. Just like,
Yeah.
oh.
Definitely. Yeah, I think I'll just climb off with the half movement to there. Do I have to be there, or should I be here to do it? Which way's fair?
I think you... Sit down this way. Yeah, you could hit all of them from there.
Okay. So you give that last one advantage then, yeah? Down there?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Yeah, seeing as it's just clipping it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Let me just roll it first. Well, you can do it at the same time. So it's Dex 14.
So the first one gets a nat 20.
Oh.
Nice.
The next one gets a 19. And the one with advantage actually fails.
Oh,
I'll do the
damn.
goblin as well, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, the goblin.
It's also a +4 to that, so it's
Wow.
half, I guess.
And the goblin fails. So the goblin's like, and flies off the walk.
Hey.
One at the back.
So 12 for the one at the back and 6 for the other 2.
See, I don't know how to rule this, but I think it would be 8, because I feel like it's the original damage that's hard, and then it's always the flat 4 on top. But I might be wrong. But
I mean, I don't know. Could be.
Wait,
I'm just
what?
curious. Well, because Agonizer Scorch is half damage if you pass, so it'd be 8 half to 4, but then the mantle is just a plus flat 4 on top of that. But I might be wrong, but I just
Purely a
see-
sequencing thing, isn't it?
I do see
Yeah.
a point.
I just don't know. Huh.
I don't know. Is that? I don't know. I'll leave it up to you.
I don't think there's rules for it. I think it's
I
just
think
DM
because
school.
it's
For me,
like,
I'd put it on before personally.
Yeah, I think I agree with that because it's more like the potency of the flame.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. So, Ember, as you look out, this one's badly scorched. The one at the back's barely hanging on. He looks all right there.
Damn walk. Let me just see if I've got any more bonusy stuff. Don't think I do though.
Does Emma have that sorcerer thing where she can re-roll the damage die?
What,
Hang
me?
on, does it?
Oh, only if it's a 1 though, yeah.
No, I meant there's a sorcery point thing you can spend, isn't it, to re... It's like empowered spell, I think.
Oh yeah, I
Reroll up
have
to
that
3
one.
of them.
You don't have that.
Unfortunately, as a sorcerer, you only get 2, which is dumb.
Take the feet! Take the feet!
Yeah, I was gonna take the feet,
What
but
do you
I
mean
felt like
take the
cheating,
feet
you know?
after the thing yesterday?
Oh, yeah, true. Let Kieran give you the feet.
What's his
really
feet
bad.
called?
Meta Magic Adept, I think it's honestly should be part of the base class. It's just you get 2 more Meta Magic options and you get an extra 2 sorcery points.
Yeah, it's everyone says to take it as well, but I
Yep.
just want, I thought it was just not as good as. Well, I mean, it's really, really good, but I just wanted my flame one, you know.
Yeah, it's super boring to have to take
Yeah.
it. It's one of those things where it should just be part of the base class.
Yeah.
Thought I could use a little bit of a.
By the end of this
Jump.
campaign, I'm basically going to be shoe zoned because I'm going to have all the feats.
It really brings background to Shoeis.
God.
Kieran's
Oh yeah, I
favourite
don't have any bonuses. That's all good.
Alright,
Okay.
it's time for the most important turn. The
Slugger.
land.
Slugger looks around. Sees his men being cut down. Looks down at Moz. He's like, alright, Moz, you finish up here. I'm going to protect the weapons at the base. Walks up to this guy. He's like, right, you, off. Pulls out his great axe. He's like, get you out. And slashes the guy off the top,
Holy shit, 18.
bisecting him in half.
No, that'd be 20 because was he raging? I can't remember.
Well, it was like that guy
Yeah.
would have been killed instantly. And uses half his movement to get on. And then the walk pats the walk, but the walk's got to wait for his turn. Toby.
Toby's job is fairly simple. Oh, Moz gets a save at the end of Slugger's turn.
Oh shit! Why is Moz not? Oh, because
He's his
Moz
mount.
is yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Cool.
I'll check the DC. It's
Five.
either 13 or 12. Definitely. Own rune. Yep. Toby's turn will be simple. We'll attack the warg. Well, I guess we can move through friendly spaces, right?
Yeah.
But then it is Pierre's turn. Yeah, he's just going to attack the one beneath him. We'll pick 15 on the warg.
It hits.
Okay. Seeing as Slugger's fucking off. But then we may have to deal with Moz. Yeah, I'll just roll damage normally. Yep, 11 damage.
It's a big blow out of a walk, which was previously undamaged.
Awesome. That is my turn.
Pierre.
Fuck. Do we want him to get away?
I do, yes.
I want to
Okay.
live first.
Well, I mean, part of the mission was to find the weapons as well, so.
Yeah, we found him.
Some of them.
I think if we keep him here, he'll murderize us all.
Okay, I won't try and keep him here then. In that case then, I'm gonna cast Mirror Image on myself.
Okay.
How's that work on the horse? So they all just
Yeah,
sit
that
on
must
the
look
horse?
super weird.
Yeah.
I guess the horse just feels you because the horse doesn't turn around, does it? So the horse would kind of know where you were.
Yeah, but I think Hannah means like, what is the image of him on the horse, or is it
Oh,
four
I
Pierre's just
imagine
like riding nothing in the air?
No,
Imagine it's
full-
Pierre doing that Apache thing where he's leaning down off the horse and like picking up a
Yeah.
handkerchief.
I was going to
What
say,
did you
it's
think, Lewis?
four Pierres like behind each other, like
If
they're riding the horse.
they hit me side on, I'm invincible, but full on.
Yeah. Then the Mulin's is fuck. I think Mulin's is going to disengage. He's got how much movement does he have? Is it 40 feet? I can't remember.
Should be in his little profile.
I'll have a look. I think it's 40. Oh, 60.
I was thinking all week what Slugger would do, and I was like, that's it.
Yeah,
There.
gotta protect the weapons.
Well, it's sort of dependent how well he didn't, but he
Actually,
killed
no.
a lot of stuff.
I'm gonna go here.
Yeah, I think Dewey getting back up was huge.
Actually, no. There's another walk there. Fuck that. I'm staying here. That's my turn.
Bugrick's like, die, filthy beast, as he gets up. Well, and smacks it square in the face, and there's a sickening crunch, and it just drops.
Oh shit, Bugrick, let's go.
He will. Move round, and he's like, "Ah!" as he comes running out like a crazy dwarf he is. Rodri has her empowered weapon, which at the moment is glistening with sort of a green energy, and she strikes out at the one next to Toby. She'll disengage with the horse first. So she ends up there. A 16 hits, and it's almost brought low, but it's still up. Bonus actions. Nope. Dewey. Dewey stands up. Oh wait, was he? No, he wasn't. Dewey is going to disengage. He sort of runs. Oh no, that's stupid. Would he get back on his horse? Let's see what he's got.
He's also a tabaxi.
He's a tabaxi.
Yeah, he's got feline agility.
He only has range stuff, so he can't take the one out.
Hide in a wagon.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to look shit in front of Ember, but he's pretty hurt.
He got back up and blasted a load of people.
True.
He's a bad man. Toby's learning lots about tabaxi today.
What does the feline agility do, Ember? I haven't got it on Dewey's character sheet, but you should have it.
Let me just post it.
Doubles your speed for a turn.
Okay. Yeah. It's going to disengage then.
Yeah.
So I see the little guy there. And then goes back round.
The beaten up.
No, he goes
corner.
like slightly under half next to that big wheel cart.
Oh yeah.
Jane.
Jane.
Hello.
though.
Okay.
Not just you. I think Arnie disappeared.
I thought she was just thinking.
I think she might be lagging. Yeah, because I can hear it.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
cutting out. Type, Anya, type! Yeah, you're just lagging.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello. Sorry, it's because my internet cuts in and out, so it's very, very annoying. I'm
Mega
so
feel.
this little guy, is he more of a threat than these big guys?
I think the big guys have been pulling people off their horses. They've been chomping people. You saw these two guys over here get mauled by them. The little
Oh.
guys have basically done nothing except sit on the walks and occasionally fall off and die.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, it's like me having a puppet on. The puppet would control me, but it's not actually doing anything.
I like how the puppet is controlling you, not you controlling the puppet.
It thinks it would be controlling me.
I worry about you, Kieran.
Yeah. So do
I'm used to it.
I.
So Joan is going to cast Bane on these three creatures around her.
Nice.
That one. That
That's
one.
a good idea. Holy shit.
That's a really low DC though.
We'll get that wisdom
Still.
up.
Yeah.
Right. Is that everything, Joan? You've got bonus action?
But they all fail.
Oh shit. Yeah. My head just.
No,
died.
no, you did it now.
So where do you want me to start counting from? Do you want to go north to south or south to north?
North to south.
North to south, please.
So this one passes.
Mm-hmm.
The other two fail.
Nice.
Nice.
Not bad.
Drops the bless.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is that a good thing?
It's fine. I don't think it's.
I think it was a
Oh.
great spell decision. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
an unfortunate side effect, concentration. But I agree with Lewis. I think that's big brain
Yeah, I think it's smart.
against a high AC target. Baning them super good.
Yeah, it just says whenever a target that fails this saving throw makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends. So it's up to a minute. So
Like-
it's then.
Like an opposite to bless.
It's real good.
Yeah, so it's the next like 10 rounds or whatever, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sweet.
makes them more susceptible to Ember Injury's magic as well.
As
Cool.
long as you don't get hit.
Well, true.
Even then,
Then-
Didn't roll safe.
Oh,
even then, she's got
Hello?
bardic inspiration on her, so it's gonna be pretty hard for
Yeah.
her to drop concentration.
No,
I'm-
you got it on.
Got your spiritual weapon as well, love.
I'm gonna boof my spiritual weapon
Oh yeah.
where it is. Ah!
Oh.
Again, the little tongue comes out, licks it, trying to get like a place to bite, but it just snarls it off.
So gross.
Right. Wargs go. So the warg slugger is travelling on. Heads off to the. Let's see if that's right. Oh no, it's got a bit more. Starts heading off to the east.
East.
So that walk would go there. And the little goblin on the top is going to shoot down at Toby.
Yep.
Mhm.
16 misses.
It is.
Right. That fucking goblin's just like, uh-oh. This guy takes 8 damage because of the acid he didn't wipe off last time and falls on the floor.
nice.
Don't forget little McGib down here.
Trying to think what to do with that little this guy.
Little McGib, yeah.
He seen Slugger run off, and he's nowhere near a walk.
Nope.
He's gonna try and run up this place. But slides back down. Looks around. 1-2 is going to shoot PM. 3-4 is going to shoot Dewey.
I think he's got disadvantage.
He does. So he's going to try and shoot Dewey. Gets a 7. And it flies over. And he uses his last 10 feet to move back. This guy here. He knows to walk. He can do a quick wisdom, see if he knows it. Good to go on a walk. Yeah, he probably thinks mountain walk's a bad idea. He's just gonna stab the horse.
How be?
14. Uriel takes 3 points of slashing damage as the little goblin on the floor just stabs him in the leg. Right.
Oh, the leg. That's bad for
So-
horses.
Is that all the little guys done?
Yeah,
And
he's
just the
got
walks now.
walks, yeah.
Okay. So, we'll start with the ones who aren't baned.
Oh, I think. Oh, no, never mind. I'm being dumb.
This guy.
Big slug. If that wasn't canon, it now is.
This guy is going to try and bite Ember.
Mm-hmm.
17. It does 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Can you make us-
HP.
She will shield if I can.
Ooh.
Or is it too
Yeah.
late?
Yeah, no, it's a reaction, so it's fine.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Is it a +4 or +6?
Plus
It's
5.
+5.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so you hold up the fiery shield and it just bounces off.
Yeah.
This one. Hasn't eaten. Sees the little goblin stab Joan. Stab the horse. So these two wargs are both gonna go for the horse. Try and get her off with it. They haven't hurt her.
Uh-oh.
And they've got Bane, don't they?
I'll roll it for you, Kieran.
Screw you guys.
Oh god, yeah. They both miss.
Ah!
And you got one more, I think.
Oh, I'm just trying to work out their movements. So this guy steps out to here. Do you take an attack of opportunity, Joan?
Yep.
Okay.
Kaya!
Beat his ass.
Yep. Oh no, it'd be disadvantage if you're doing a firebolt.
You
Oh.
have to do a melee attack.
But you
Yeah.
can't do a firebolt for anything.
Yeah, so mace.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I'll do that instead.
Yep.
Thank
So you
you.
clang it in the flank as it tries to escape.
Hit it in the butt.
Oh, in the butt. Yeah.
I hit Big Pig in the butt.
Yeah.
It's there. Oh god! And it gets a nat 1 as it tries to climb up. And the other one can leave. And he will try as well.
Can I take an attack of opportunity?
Who?
Can I on that one?
Oh no, he would have gone round to avoid you.
Yeah, fair.
He gets up.
I think even there he has to get one from either from me or Mullins.
I'll just add movement on if well Mullins doesn't get them because he can't.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And then 40. This bad boy, he's trapped, so he's just gonna try and fuck someone up. Oh wait, did he already go?
No.
Okay. 1, 2 go for Toby, and 3, 4 go for Rodri. Oh god. Hit that once. Okay.
Mm.
Ember.
Humdinger. What about this guy?
What
I
about
know
him?
he's
So
off.
his
I
turn,
know.
yeah.
Oh, I was reading the Throne Mercenary guy.
Oh right. The plebs.
Yeah. I think Ember has not really got any close range stuff. Apart from, I mean, I suppose I could create bonfire on him. Let's create bonfire on him. So that
Okay.
is a dex save, 14.
He fails.
Nice. So this plus 4.
6.
And he's staggering. He looks badly burnt from both attacks. He's still
Okay.
up.
Yep. That is it, I think. Yep.
Slugger. From his position, he's just gonna disadvantage lob a javelin at Toby.
What a boss.
He's net 20.
No.
Yep.
Wisdom save from Moz, though.
Yep, thank you. Completely forgetting that.
Well, you failed again. That stays
record.
on, Moz might die.
Yeah.
It actually, I was reading it again. Yeah, he doesn't get any advantage if he's being beaten up.
Oh shit, yeah.
You can just beat him up for free.
How long did it last for?
It lasts for 1 minute, and I did it quite early on. It's probably coming up on
think it's-
halfway through now, I imagine.
I think it's been 3 turns, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not been that
3,
long. Yeah, about that.
Because you did it right at the end of last session, I remember.
So,
Yeah.
okay, I'm trying to work out from someone's turns what we did. Rodri moved round back, and she did that. And she cast. Yeah, this is the 3rd turn.
Okay.
So 7.
Toby will hit the wall down here.
Yep.
All right.
How does he finish it?
Hold on, I want to do the Mackie thing. I'll reroll using the Piercer feat. Oh, into 1 again.
It automatically does max, doesn't it? Oh, on the second.
Oh,
So
are we
actually
doing the
Yeah.
those crit rolls?
Yeah.
Okay,
doing
so
that,
that would
yes.
be 8 plus 5, 13, 20, 24. How does he do it? It's a war pick, so it's just very much a forceful tray panning, shall we say? Just brings it down and carves out the forehead and front face of the warg.
And this is definitely dead.
Nice. He can't ride. He'll walk over to Ember. Boosh, boosh, boosh. Down. Yep, that's my turn.
PR.
Pierre's gonna have Mulins run back to here next to Joan, and he's gonna look over to Joan and just say, "Mr. Farce, do you know what they call a goblin with an injured leg?"
No, but I don't think that now is the time.
And he looks to this goblin here and just says, a hobbling goblin. And he's going to cast Vicious Mockery on the... no, sorry, not Vicious Mockery. Tasha's Hideous Laughter on that goblin.
Nice.
Is that Wiz or
Yeah,
Charisma?
Wisdom saving throw DC 14.
So it looks up at you like hearing the joke, and then it's like and was he incapacitated?
He falls prone, and he is incapacitated, and he's unable to stand for the duration.
It's funny how a man who doesn't understand your language finds the joke
Oh,
so
wait.
funny.
Actually, that's super important. Oh, no, never mind. Doesn't have to understand the language. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, and then he'll say, I think perhaps we should take that one alive. And then he'll just, the Mulins will dodge. That's his turn.
Fuck Rick. Walks up to this morgue, he's barely standing, being burnt to shit. Just swings out the death blow at its face. And he connects, and its skull crumples beneath his warhammer.
Oh yeah.
It's looking.
Mm.
Not much left. He'd look round. He'd probably just go look at the carts at this point. He'd look at Moz. Kind of shrug. Rodri is going to... 45 and the dodge. And she will, as she rides by, she just tries to decapitate the warg on the floor. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Actually, be like, yeah, but he's dead anyway.
See, I told you she'd get badass eventually.
It's probably the most badass thing she's done, to be fair to her.
Dewey, where is he? He's down here. Looks at the little goblin trying to climb up. He's like, how about some ice cream? And he casts Ray of Frost.
Oh.
What you get?
And he just holds out his hand. He's like, and it just freezes his fist. He's like, shit. Jane.
How hurt is Pierre looking at this point? Can you see that he looks quite weak?
He's just,
He's quite jovial though, isn't he?
I mean, that's Pierre, but you can see he's still clutching his side. He's currently 3 out of 31, so...
You are not looking well, Monsieur Huntcrown.
I'm totally fine, Joan. I don't know what you... Oh, that feels better.
Hunt Crown.
Yeah,
And
Miss
then-
your Rallyhorn.
Miss Rallyhorn.
Oh. Sorry, wrong one.
Yeah.
And then she would, can she bonus action healing word?
No, you can only
No.
cast one spell a turn, unfortunately.
Dang. Never mind.
You could bonus action hit Moz with the spiritual weapon if you want.
I thought we didn't want to kill Moz. Oh,
I got that wrong. With a lot of charm stuff or disabling stuff, if you hit them, they get advantage on their saving throw, but this one doesn't.
Whack it.
you silly man.
Is he stunned,
Whack.
Tom, or is he incapacitated?
He's incapacitated.
Yeah, that's good.
He's on there, and he's gonna go poof.
I think you get advantage,
Oh,
so
what
still, right?
the fuck is this?
Maybe you
Yeah,
don't.
he'd get advantage, wouldn't it?
I don't
like this.
know.
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
Incapacitated.
don't actually think you do.
Kind of
I
weird.
see it. Why do I keep doing these shit rolls for
Yeah, you
spiritual
don't.
weapon?
You just can't take actions or reactions.
That's the thing with spiritual weapons. You always think they're awesome, and then somehow they just never live up to it.
You
Do my thing.
The bonky.
Yeah, that's me.
Right. The goblin turns round, sees Dewey said something.
Ooh,
He's
Dewey fucked himself.
gonna short bow him. Hits with a 16. And Dewey goes incapacitated.
Does he have shield or anything?
He's used all the spell slots.
He's done an injury check.
Yeah.
Try to be the big man, dude.
How's that for some ice cream, you fuck?
He's fine.
Hey,
he makes it. And then it will try and scramble up. Oh, sorry. Should have been with disadvantage.
No, I think that was
Oh,
hanging
yeah.
over from last time.
You think?
I think so, yeah.
But he just tried to run away there.
I think I feel like he used it. I might be wrong, but I feel like he used it when he
I'll
originally
keep it.
attacked Dewey, when you rolled the 1, 2, and the 3, 4, and he hit Dewey then.
I'll use the roll that he got for his second thing as his climbing thing, and it was a nat 1. So
Oi.
Amazing.
he is again bottom of and prone at the bottom of the place. And then the warg sluggers on disappears off the map.
Yep.
Do you want me to keep track of how far he is? But I'm not sure you'd be able to see him really because it
We
gets
ain't.
too
We ain't gonna
far
chase him.
away.
I don't think we'll be chasing.
No.
Okay.
This is just
Uh,
going to be a horrible bullying of Moz.
Yeah.
Just
The Mars
goblin.
beat down.
Moz about to die.
Gonna shoot at Toby.
Yep.
Covering Slugger's retreat. And it does 4 piercing damage with a 19. Have you got
I-
anything?
Remembered my rules! It does 1 piercing damage because I have heavy armor master.
Ooh.
Yeah. Flat reduces all piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage by 3. Huh?
That makes you so much tankier.
Yep. So annoyed I didn't remember it last session. It's like the perfect encounter for it. Everything's mundane damage.
So after he's shot, the warg will go off the page.
Oh, I took the sign with him. Damn it.
Oh shit.
It's fine.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's a joke.
No, you got to remember which way Fortress Big Slug is.
Fortress Big Slug.
So, is any mods left?
That guy's got to do another wisdom save to see. If
Oh
he-
fuck, I didn't see him.
Yeah, just to see if he gets out of the vicious. The Tasha City is laughter. Fuck me, I always mix those two up.
Nat 20, baby.
Oh,
Fuck.
shit.
Oh.
Little bitch.
I think it's at the end of his turn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
I mean, he probably didn't want to wake up, to be honest. Ember.
Well, are we waiting on the ball?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think Moz is going to play ball if we try and keep him alive.
Ember just comes and climbs back on charcoal. Bloop. And we'll do just a firebolt.
Okay.
With a +4 if it hits.
He's not prone, is he?
Nope.
No. So yeah, it hits.
So 6 damage.
Oh, he should have made his save on Slugger's turn, Kieran.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, it's not Slugger's turn. Oh, yeah, he's about to make a
Yeah.
save.
Here it comes.
Part of me wants him to. Come on. Oh. I'll triple check the DC again. But I don't think it's not going to be 9. It's based on con, I think. Yeah, DC 13.
Toby.
Well, it ain't pretty, but gotta do it. Maybe Toby should just grapple the goblin.
Get Moz.
Alright.
I want to see Big Man versus Big Boar.
Squares up to Moz.
Oh, it'd be so good if Toby was there at the boar fight originally. He's like, I've chosen 2 of you birds.
Yep, he will get that back on a short rest. I'll probably use that as well. War pick. 10.
And as he's on the floor, you go to swing for his head, but he's like, ooh, and your pick just crashes into the floor where his head was.
That is my turn.
Pierre.
Pierre kind of leans back and he's like, Joan, I've got another good one for you. You want to hear it?
Oh no, I have a feeling you're going to tell me anyway.
When is a half-elf not a half-elf?
I don't know.
When he's got his head up of an elf's skirt, then he's a goblin. And he is going to cast Dash Assiduous Laughter.
That's so grim.
Yeah.
You hear very deep laughter from across the wall.
On the goblin,
Yeah.
it looks at you again, like, and then he starts like laughing again and goes down.
And then he's gonna move Mulan's just to here, a bit more central. That's my turn.
Logric. Gonna go help Toby. Plods over. Not very fast. Gets next to him. Rodri. Looks around. Sees that only Moz is on the floor. Does she have anything good to help?
There's a goblin there.
But also Dewey's on the floor.
Oh yeah. She got healing?
No.
Oh.
She got any bonus actions? That's the sort of thing. Let me have a look. She's gonna be like, Joan, our friend could use some help over here. Doesn't really see that goblin as much of a thing, so she's gonna jump down and try and stabilize Dewey.
No.
Get that medicine.
Nice.
So Dewey is stabilized. Oh, did I miss the goblin? No, I didn't. Joan, it is your go.
Yes. She will. What's my movement speed on my horse? Oh wait, no, it doesn't really
60.
matter anyway.
Yeah, so the horse can move 60, but you are next to us and not. Oh no, he's incapacitated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go
Pierre's
there.
got to attack him.
She. Oh wait, because if I cast a spell, I can't do the bonus action, can I?
Yeah. Well, you can't
You
do
do
2
it.
spells. That's the thing.
You can do a cantrip
Okay.
and a
Yeah.
spell, but not a like 11 spell.
Don't have any good spells.
Or you could hit with your weapon and then bonus action spell.
Go with that one. I just kind of imagined her riding along the back and trying to shoot people with it.
Okay. But yeah, Moz flies past. You can see this group just forming around Moz on the floor, ready to start the pummeling. Is the spiritual weapon gonna?
Oh yeah, it would. It's gonna stay where it is.
Oh my god.
The fuck is this?
You look at the spiritual weapon, Jane. You're like, attack, and the face just looks back at you.
Like with that expression on it.
Yeah.
I don't wanna.
Is Slugger on GM layer, by the way, Kieran?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Just need to know when to do Moz's wisdom check.
Moz's wisdom is at... It's after Ember.
Okay. Oh, Woozle Wazzle.
So Woozle Wazzle.
Does the spiritual weapon get disadvantage, or isn't that a thing?
No, I
Don't
don't
think
think so.
For one goblin, we'll do his wisdom. Oh no,
Another
there's
nat
two.
20.
There's another one down here. This one, he's had enough. He's just going to try and run away. Disadvantage. He can't get up and gets another nat one.
Fucking
Falls
hell.
back down.
Guy's great.
This
No wonder
one's gonna
Slugger
nat
just-
20 now, watch. It's gonna happen.
Burn all your spell slots.
What was the save list?
14.
No, he got an 11. So he's still laughing at the joke.
I know. You don't need to tell me. I'm very funny.
Ember.
Ember sees you on top. So she's gonna ride all the way over there. 60 feet, right? Well, just about getting over there. So what's the deal with movement? Can I get off as well? Or is that the full movement?
It's your... So either the horse or you has to go first. So the horse has gone first. So now you have your turn. So you can use half your movement to get off if you want.
Okay. Get off. And then... boom. Let me just think. She can still see a goblin right there. He shot Dewey, right? So
He did.
yeah, she's like, he's a bitch. Oh, she's gonna. Oh, hang on. Let me see if I got a potion. Have I got a potion? I think I got 2. Yeah, let's give Dewey a potion.
Go.
Press button, please.
8 healing. Very good.
Isn't he? He's like, it's good to see you again.
You keep going down, Dewey. You gotta stay up. You gotta get that guy.
As you look over at this goblin, tired on the floor, just covered in dust from trying to climb up.
He shot you with an arrow. No mercy.
He said, did he want some ice cream? But apparently he didn't.
Well, you know. Probably not. Maybe he prefers warm things too. You know, I don't blame him.
Better sitting on his ass.
Oh, that's it.
Right, Moz.
Come on, Moz.
Here we go.
Woozle Wazzle for life. No, not even close.
Toby.
Alright. Toby will hit Moz again. Nope.
And again, his corpse writhing on the ground. Just can't make purchase with him.
That's my turn. That's my
This
turn.
isn't looking good. Pierre,
don't think anyone's even hit him yet.
Is going to move up to here with Mulin's. And then he is going to attack big old Moz with his rapier. $14.
So you plunge it into his hide. You can see it's fully effective.
Nice. I will expend one of my bardic inspiration to make a defensive flourish.
Such a weird name for this position.
Yes. It does an extra, great, 1 damage. So 9 points of piercing damage to him. And
It's a good chunk, though.
And my AC increases by 1 as well. Great.
That's cool.
Could have increased by 6.
Nimbly, for a dwarf, goes around to get advantage. He's like, "This is how you hit a pig." And
Well,
Doesn't
minus
get
2
advantage.
AC, right?
Yeah.
minus
You
2.
flanking.
Yeah. That's why I move around.
You said
I
advantage.
see.
Oh, did I say it?
You said advantage.
Oh, I'll just say used to it by now.
Yeah.
So with the advantage, well, with the flanking, he just makes it, but you can see the
Yeah.
bludgeoning damage isn't as effective.
Ah.
Shit! Will it not die? What do you say? I'll get him for you. She just like do up to the little goblin on the floor.
Fucking hell.
Sorry, should be with advantage.
6 slashing damage.
And she plunges her sword into its chest, but it's like it's still barely alive.
This guy can't even die right. What the fuck?
Just saving him for Dewey.
Dewey stands up.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
He's like, shut up. Eat all your ice cream. He's gonna cast Ray Frost again.
Chill out.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
He's prone.
Oh yeah, true. This guy's invincible, man. No, he's not. And Dewey just aims straight for his mouth. He's like, looks back at Ember and he's like, good. Joan.
I'm just smacked a pig.
Have we ever had this before when someone's just on the ground and can't get back up and everyone's just like,
Level.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
thinking
Well charmed, speed, incapacitated. Each repeats the same. Yeah,
never.
doesn't get anything else. He's in a dreamy stupor.
Joan. Oh,
Thought he'd
Neil's
been-
dead.
I thought you were being that guy from Wildermount just then. Joan. Lost it.
God,
My Spanish.
fucking Spanish survivalist.
Oh, you're not going to survive very long with Spanish. You should get daggers.
We broke into his fucking house.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Honestly.
You Lucy. Yeah.
I think she's probably sorting dinner stuff. She said she was going to have to go back and forth to sort dinner stuff. Let's just do a mace attack and a magie attack. Fine. I'll roll it manually. +5 to this.
Mm-hmm.
She hits. with her mace, dealing +3 to this. 7 damage.
And as it's bludgeoning, you can see it's not as effective.
Spiritual weapon. +3 to this. 16.
And this time, the weapon gorges a chunk out of the
+1
ball.
to this. 5 radiant damage. Or force?
Force
Spiritual
damage.
force or radiant? Force thing.
So at this point, Moz isn't looking that good, but he's not looking too bad either. Guys did.
Goblin
Yeah.
gets the save and throw.
Oh fuck that guy! He's laughing himself to death on the floor. Yep, he fails.
Yay.
Ember.
So come on, Dewey, there's one more. I'm just gonna get back on the horse. Fucking move it. There we go. And it will. Oh, I have to do my turn first, right?
Yeah, one of them has to go first. It's like,
Right.
imagine they have the same initiative, but one's like 12.1, the other one's 12.
Okay.
But you get to choose which.
Yeah. Let me just see my range on my thing. I think I might be too far away. Oh,
To be honest,
damn
you
it.
could run up far enough and then run back and get on the horse.
You reckon?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you can do. 'Cause you
No, I
want
mean
to
she's
here.
she's tabaxi as well, so yeah, I could do that. Yeah, so she'll just run up, do a thing, get back on, and then run up. Because yeah, I
Okay.
only need 10 more feet to get closer.
Okay.
So yeah. So she wants to cast Create Bonfire on Moss.
Does Moz have disadvantage? Because
Nope.
he's...
Nope.
No. Hmm. I guess he has been dodging all your attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, all it is he can't take actions or reactions.
Nice.
So he can move.
Nope. Can't,
No,
sorry, can't
okay.
move, can't take actions or reactions.
I
Sorry.
can't move. Okay, yeah.
It's a separate part of it. It says reduce his speed to 0.
Ah,
+4
12 damage, Jesus.
yeah.
damage, and then I'll move up. And I think because it's bonfire, so a little fire starts there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And he can't get off it, can he? So...
And she will
Yes,
come
that's dinner sorted.
up to here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big turn. Could be bad. Could be fine. For fuck's sake. What a way to go, Moz!
Should have given him legendary resistances, shouldn't you?
Oh, he's not that good. Toby.
Toby Smack. Boop.
This
17.
time it hits.
12. Oh, plus d6. 13 piercing
And
damage.
it is fully effective.
It's my turn.
Pierre.
Yeah, well, swing out with his rapier. Quite looking forward to this kebab, to be honest with you. And he'll spend his last bardic inspiration to make another defensive flourish. 6. Great, good job, Pierre. 11 damage, and his AC goes up to 17.
For all your piercing, you've got a good lot of things to take this guy out. Bugrick. Smash, smash. This time, his convulsing corpse misses again. Gonna mount the horse.
Ooh.
Just gonna sort of sit on the outside, just in case anything happens. Dewey just plods back up. To be on his horse. Do they have extra movement, don't they, Tabaxis? Is it 35?
They have to not
Or is it
move.
not?
No,
to
it's
use
just 30.
Okay, yeah, he gets to there then. Back round to Joan.
Hi, I'm Joan. Oh, God, I fucking swallowed my tongue.
It is me, John. I hate Pierre. He doesn't know.
Hup.
Oh,
Ooh.
Tom's
Oh,
rolling
yeah.
amazing for Joan. Arnie's gonna get back and be like, "Good job, Arnie, you did it."
9. 9 plus a d6. 10. Bludgeoning, so that'll be halved.
yeah.
And then
It's
the
looking
spiritual
real
weapon,
weak now.
that is +3, so 12 on the spiritual weapon.
It doesn't get flanking, does it? Because it's spiritual weapon.
Correct.
Yeah, so nope, not quite.
Turn complete. I will poke Anya.
It's like his rage wears off. This guy has to do his saving throw again. He fails. Ember.
Laughing its ass off
It's a really
down
funny
there.
joke, to be fair.
Oh, it gets round to the bonfire again, doesn't it?
Is that on my turn or is it on?
His
I suppose
turn,
it is
I
on my
think.
turn, right?
No, it's on
Oh,
his
his turn.
Because if he ends his turn in there, I think, or
Oh.
starts his turn in there, I
Right.
can't remember.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just chuck a fireball at him.
Six
Hit.
fire damage.
+4.
He's looking really weak now.
What? Slugger's on 1, so my thing runs out in a minute.
Waz was up next. Means he's got to make a dex save. Oh no, he just starts the turn, so he just takes it, I think.
Yeah. Is it the start of a turn bonfire?
I don't know how this got read the spell.
Let me just read it.
Pretty sure it started.
Any creature in the bonfire space when you cast a spell must zero creature must make when it moves into the bonfire space for the first time on a turn, or it ends its turn there. There you go.
It's its turn.
Okay. Okay, this could be.
Oh mate, just keeps getting worse.
Jesus Christ.
What a way to go.
Right. This is going to be quite funny. Go on, Toby.
I think odds-wise, he should have made it after like the 4th attempt.
Yeah.
He's got to do a dex save, so he takes the bonfire damage.
Uh-huh.
He'll smash this.
He'll make this now, yeah. Watch. Yep.
Yep. He rolled that for wisdom. Alright, Toby just wants to put him out of his misery now. Brings down the war pick. 24. 10 plus 1. 11.
Toby, you go to crush his head and you hear a crack as it comes down, but Moz's relentless endurance and he gets back up, but he's still... How does that work, though? If he dies, does he still have this on him? Okay, no, wait, no, yeah,
Yeah,
he's
but
still got
Bless
it.
Endurance doesn't drop you to 0, it just drops you to 1
Yeah.
instead of 0.
Yeah, so you were like, he should have died from that, but he's still writhing on the
Yeah,
ground.
it's kind of horrifically morbid with the war pick sticking out of his head, and Toby's just like, ugh.
Fuck!
God damn.
Yeah. Can't finish it.
Go on, Bugrick! Kill this beast.
He just like clocks on his tusk, can't get it off.
Fuck's sake!
Rodri.
Save us,
Going to-
Rodri. Right in here.
What was that do again? Acid splash.
Nice.
Yeah,
Um,
save. He's gonna pass all the deck saves while he's incapacitated.
he's gonna live.
Yep.
Hey!
Dewey's just like, maybe you want some ice cream too. He's gonna cast the frost one.
Ray of Frost.
Has he even got? It's gonna get some cover, right? He's firing through like a ton of people.
Yeah.
Full 3/4 cover, I think.
Oh,
Might still hit.
And then, yeah, I was gonna add a +4.
Should be +5 for 3/4 cover.
Well, then he still hits.
yeah.
And with that, Moz stops writhing. And that's how and dies.
Ah. Sorry, Miles, bud.
What an end.
Well, you still got this guy, technically.
True.
Give him one more save, maybe.
I'll go to his
Toby's
turn.
gonna grapple him next turn, and Toby's good at grappling.
And he's after Joan.
June?
June. Can confirm.
Wait,
I did
wait, sorry,
link
who's
to-
after Joan? Hello, sorry.
It's Jane's
who's after
turn.
Joan? This guy. He's
Yeah,
your
but-
one.
We don't want to kill him, so if
He's-
you got, you could like grapple him or whatever.
Okay. Okay. That I will try.
At the moment, he is just on the floor laughing.
Not totally normal.
PS joke was really good.
It's really funny, especially considering he couldn't hear it. Couldn't understand it.
Wait, couldn't he still move when he's laughing?
No, he falls prone and incapacitated.
Incapacitated doesn't stop your movement, though. No.
It says he
Can't
falls
take actions
he
or
falls prone, becomes incapacitated, and is unable to stand for the duration. So he can't.
So he could
move.
like crawl around.
He could crawl around, yeah, but he can't stand.
Yeah, there's no way he's climbing that place, side vice prone.
I think that side has goblin-proof paint on it anyway.
Yeah, I grapple. Try and grapple him.
So she's trying to, like, sort of pick him up. She's leaning off the horse. Okay. Can you roll? And it's athletics, right?
Strength, I think.
Or is it just
I
strength?
can't remember.
I think it's athletics.
Grapple 5e. Let's have a look.
I think it's athletics, and then the other guy can choose acrobatics or athletics, right?
Yeah.
Might be. Yeah, you're right.
That sounds right to me.
So can you roll an athletics check, please, Jane? Are you trying to grab this little goblin?
Nice.
Ugh.
You got bardic inspiration. You might as well use it.
Oh, yeah.
D6.
I use that. Ugh.
No, it's a D6 to add to it. Not
Oh, it's a
bardic.
D6. Sorry. Oh, no, that's the wrong one.
Well, if you get a 1, you've won. You passed. Yeah, there you go. So you
Hey.
grapple him, and he's still laughing in your hands. And I will end the combat there, seeing as he is now restrained. Well, grappled.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Did it? Didn't die? No one died? It's all good.
Can Toby use the rest of his short time in big mode, just shoving some of the bodies to the sides of the
Yeah.
canyon to clear the road a bit? Wait.
Like that? Is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
He'll shrink back to normal big boy.
And Red just looks over to the crashed together carts and dead mercenaries over here.
No
Just like-
one died.
Like, What do we do about that?
Well, that's a fuck up, wasn't it? But, you know, if it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead, so thanks.
Precisely, we take full compensation for our efforts.
Seeing as the Iron Throne is a reasonable organisation, and I fully accept that I probably, maybe, could have died if you weren't here. He points at Pierre. I did see you eyeing something up, so feel free to take it if you wish.
Well, my friend, I don't mind if I do. He'll climb down, he'll walk over to the items, and he'll pull out that master-crafted rapier.
Nice. So there are like a bunch of weapons here, right?
They're in these carts. They're the ones you're transporting.
Oh, okay, so we're transporting these ones. And what's here? Just broken stuff.
Yeah, they're like pillage carts. Everything that looks of value, when you were looking at it before, seems like it's already been taken, and the carts are just crushed up to make like fortifications, like these ones up here.
Okay, cool.
Well, did you want us to escort you the rest of the way, or are we heading back to Fort Champion now? These carts seem not particularly capable of travel.
True. But sort of thinks. If you loan me some of your horses, maybe I can make it the rest of my way of one of them. We do want these attacks stopped, and we did see that big thing ride off.
What was the wording of our mission, our contract, sir?
I just request. Okay.
What was this guy's name, by the way, Kieran?
Bugrick. So she wants the PCs to ensure that the current Iron Throw trader, Bugrick Warmbelt, makes it to Fort obligation unmolested, and if they have time, put an end to whatever is disrupting the shipments.
Well, we have just fought a dangerous battle. We need time to rest. We cannot count out that might return with reinforcements as well. We should try and either fortify our position with the carts, or if we can get them moving at all, move further down the valley perhaps.
Yeah, I could do with a rest. I don't think I've thrown out that much fire in a long time.
She would point at the fortifications, and she's like, We'd have to clear those if we wanted to move on, but I don't think that would be difficult with Ember.
Well, I could always do some more. Yeah, should I start? She sort of rubs her hands together, sparking some fire.
Is she gonna try and burn some of them away?
Yeah, which ones do we want to burn away? All of them? One of them?
And these ones, we might as well burn all of them.
Yeah, Bugrick would tell you that you can go either way. It's sort of, imagine this is sort of like, so this bit here is more like a big oval. So they meet up at the other side.
Unlike this one.
Island.
Yeah, let's just go burn them all out then. How long's that going to take though?
If you were just slinging your fireball spells at it, probably maybe like 10 minutes before you probably before it's broken down a bit, and then Dewey could like put it out and you could just shove some of it aside.
Yeah, cool.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I think that the first part of our mission's complete, and we can take a rest here. I see no reason not to. What do you think, Toby?
Either we fortify this position, or we try and move further along. We may come back with reinforcements.
Did you not see him? He had his tail between his legs. He was running from us. There's no chance he's going to come back. A coward. He even left his pig to die.
believe he left his pig thinking his pig would kill us.
Well,
I
it looked
don't
like he
think he
thought
ran.
wrong.
I think he is calmly counting his weapons and biding his time.
Well, if we're arresting him, maybe we should take the high ground, you know? He did it on us.
That
Good
is
idea.
a good idea. If you're taking your time going up the ledge, actually, which way would you go? Would you go this way, or the way that he rode off from?
I'd like to be here, so Toby can hold the bridge if he needs to.
Here?
Have people rest up.
That's good.
Probably
Yeah,
just
if
go
you-
straight up, right?
Yeah. If you're taking your time with your horses, you could easily get up without a check.
Can you shrink Toby back?
No, he's always big.
Yeah! I mean, I'll accept that.
What about
He
this?
gets up.
What about this little goblin fellow, though? We want to tie him up, don't you think? Could be useful for information. Are you going to walk over to the goblin, kind of slap him on the face, like backhand and then front hand, like?
Yeah.
Wake up!
Yeah.
Do you speak common?
What?
He's going to say in halfling. Do you speak halfling?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that a yes?
Yeah.
Does anyone speak goblin?
No.
No.
He'll say in elvish. Do you speak elvish?
And he spits on you.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Well, I think we'll have to take him back to Fort Champion then.
We could do. Do they have dungeons? I don't remember.
I mean, they'll probably execute him after what he's done.
Oh, we
Once
might
we
as well
got-
do it now.
Well, we need the information out of him, I would have thought. Maybe he knows where that big fella ran off to.
Does anyone at the fort speak Goblin as well?
Everyone can do a. I guess history. Let me have a look. To know what's like you might know. History doesn't seem right because
Wisdom.
that's like
Insight?
insight. Do insight.
12.
Perfect.
Wait. Check. All inside. Is it? $17.
So, Toby, you heard Clodo talking about that he can speak Goblin.
The Jelly Man. Think he can speak Goblin.
Well, there you go!
However,
Oh. Okay,
our
yeah.
mission is we are still under contract. We need to see Bugrick to the fort obligation first, and that is what we need to do.
Fort obligation, back to Fort Champion, and then get the Jelly Man to revel in his talents of boring you to death and talking to goblins. Sounds
What
like
about?
a fine day's work.
Well, I think we'll place the goblin in your direct care then, Pierre.
Well, I'm not carrying any rope or manacles. Is anyone else?
Well, I was thinking about just leaving him on this tree. We can collect him on the way back. Sounds like a better idea to me.
Well, he might die of exposure, but I'm not against the idea.
Well, that's why you put him under the leaves.
I think the large orc might be back.
Maybe.
Yeah, you'd be able to tell from the fortifications and especially the bridges. This doesn't look like a point that was purposefully set up as a very bad trap.
Yeah. Does anyone have any manacles at all? Or rope? Mr.
Uh,
Fox,
Got
maybe
rope,
you.
He'll chuck you some rope.
I've got cow traps.
Well, I have my own selection of those, Miss Wins, but I don't think they'll be quite proper in this situation. This rope will do, though, I think. Until climb down and try and tie up the goblin.
Can do a sleight of hand check, please. Or survival. Or survival.
I'll do sleight of hand. Better. 18.
Yeah. You feel it pretty tight. The goblin like holds his arms out to do it, and he tries to yank them away, but you just grab his hands and do them up tight, almost too tight, and you can see his hands like draining of blood, and he's like,
Yeah, I can imagine him like making a loop with it and like catching it with a loop, almost like a slip lead on a or a lasso. Yeah, and as he's doing it, he's like tying the knots. He just looks up at Joan and says, "Yes, I'm excellent at tying knots, Joan. Just so you know." And I imagine that
Jeez,
silence is exactly the response Pierre would give.
Were you a sailor, Pierre?
And he winks at Dewey.
I don't know what that means. He looks at Ember. Are you hitting on me, Mr. Rallyhorn?
Well, I do swing both ways.
I see
Play
you
for
are
both
a sailor,
teams, as it were. Ah, yes, I travel the sea of love all the time.
It is a choppy sea.
Yes, and there are many fish in it.
Chewie just turns to Ember and he's like, I really do love salmon.
Ember picks up Blaze in her arms, and she's just petting him as she gets off. After she gets off, and she's like, "Well, I didn't realize you liked salmon. Maybe we go fishing. You know, I don't know how explosives will work in the water, though."
Yeah,
Well, if that's it.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, go on.
Pierre elbows Rodri slightly on the arm and just leans over and whispers, "You hear that? He likes salmon." And kind of like nods to her like a knowing look.
Because he's a cat?
No, yes, of course, yeah. He wasn't trying to imply that she looked like a salmon, but he's being cruel. But yeah,
I always preferred red meat. You know, it burns better.
Well, I suppose that's because I was fed fish when I was little and you were fed red meat, so it kind of makes sense.
I guess so.
Don't know about
Never
you,
were
but
a
I think
fan
I'd
of
quite
it.
fancy some pork. And he's gonna like walk off to the edge and...
Well, I mean, it's kind of already cooking. You know, I'm way ahead of you.
Toby, maybe you could help us drag the big boy up.
Thinking of Toby's response. Toby's been quite like pointedly staring out this way, Kieran, like trying to look for any.
Do a perception
Any
check,
sign
see
of
what he
anything?
sees in the meantime then.
Things were a bit too casual. Huh. 15.
What you do notice, Toby, is on this side, it's not actually that far until the mountainside. It's probably about 1,000 feet.
So,
So if you ran off that way, you're like, did he just run straight into the mountain?
fuck. Probably got his fortress in the mountains. Yeah, he like stares off, but then as Pierre asks that, he kind of shakes his head and comes back. Sure. Stand aside. Down. And help.
Yeah, they'll try and drag the corpse up, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, Ember will just watch you guys pull it up.
Oof.
Yeah, I imagine Pierre's help will actually be probably fairly little compared to Toby. Considering I've got 8 strength.
Just noticed Dewey's horse's name as well.
Frost Rat.
Oh, yeah.
Only just got that.
Yeah, Ember's gonna start basically burning this pig
Yeah,
under a
Rodri
little
sort,
bonfire.
Rodri sort of sits around. It's like, and she's like, "It's good to be out in the wilderness again."
Do you spend much time in the wilderness, Miss LeBlanc?
Not usually, but some of my favourite journeys have been out on the road.
Oh, do tell. If you got a story, then I would love to hear it.
Well, when I was with my father on the Sword Coast, we were attacked by a group of gnolls.
Ah,
And
gnolls,
some-
lovely creatures.
You may have heard it. Well, they're not so common in CORMYR, but the Sword Coast is full of roaming bands of adventurers, and we just so happened to be in a bit of a pickle. And one of these little bands saved us. It was most interesting. They had a Goliath. He was huge, even bigger, almost as big as Toby when he fills out.
But not quite as grand, I'm sure.
Oh, he was stoic, almost, maybe even more so than Monsieur Legrand.
You sound like almost enthralled.
Just how they live their lives in those barbaric lands to the west.
Yes, I don't think I could ever quite cope with being one of the mountain folk. They say their skin can withstand temperatures of in the below zero. I could barely withstand temperature in well, I prefer a fire, to be honest. And he kind of looks down at Mars and looks to Ember.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the fire. I don't think I'd stand the cold weather much at all.
No, cold weather is completely devoid of passion. Warmth is where it's at.
Doesn't it usually rain in cold places as well?
Precisely. Makes you wet and cold. It's the last
It's
thing you
not-
Wet
want.
and cold.
It's
Horrible
not-
combination.
There's nothing wrong with ice cream, Pierre.
No offense, Dewey. But you saw how much those goblins liked it. And of course, the big boy, I'm going to slap him on the ass.
I guess this is my... And he pats him on the head, and he's like, ow, my first kill.
Is it your first two?
Well, it's the biggest one, and that means
Wow.
it's the best one.
It is pretty big.
Better than a kill, you can call it a bounty.
Maybe I should take the task off.
Yes, mounted on your wall at the camp.
Oh,
For
man, you know, I don't know.
For a champion could do with some tusks hanging about. Sorry, Miss Wins, go on.
I was going to say, dude, it's not as big as that elk Dad brought home that one time.
It's true, but he touches it again. He's like, ow, this one is mine now.
That's true. But now you got some competition.
Well, I feel I should share it, so everyone dig in when Ember is done cooking.
Oh, not yet. You got to wait for it to go very much more black than that.
Okay, chef.
I do worry what that big green fella might have been feeding this thing, but
True.
I'm ready to dig in whenever Miss Ember declares it ready to serve, as it were.
Not yet. Not yet. And she's like, brings the fire, makes it even bigger. Basically, you can't touch this pig. It's engulfed in fire.
So above you, you can see that there's like dark clouds over. It looks kind of like it could start thundering.
But I don't like that.
Well, all that talk of rain and cold has certainly brought the weather out on us.
Well, hopefully that tree is enough to get us out of the rain. I don't really fancy getting wet today. And she just sort of looks at her fur.
Perhaps we
Let's
could
get under the tree.
perhaps we could take cover in those wagons. They wax the tops, you know.
How damaged are they?
You haven't actually looked yet.
Good point.
Yeah, I'll go and have just a stare at them.
Okay. So from just looking at it, Pierre,
Mm-hmm.
you see that this one that's crashed, one of its front wheels has just come off,
Mm-hmm.
and the other one's axle is like completely shattered.
Right.
This one looks fine. Like, it's just a bit of superficial damage.
Still looks like you could use it as cover, though, right? On both
You
of
could
them.
definitely use it as cover, but that's a good check.
At least for sitting inside it.
Yeah, you could sit in both of them, but
That one's not usable.
this one, it might be difficult to move it as well.
Yeah. He was more just thinking cover from the rain.
Mm. So
Well, I'll leave this pig for you to cut up. I'm gonna go sit inside.
Buckrick looks up and he's like, "Oh, I suppose you can sit in there."
Late, I'm in here.
So, you taking a short rest here?
Yes, please.
Toby's made a decision. He's gonna break this bridge if he can.
Okay. How's he going to try and break the bridge?
Just hammering at it with the war pick. He's got a hand axe as well for chopping through wood and what have you.
Okay.
Or even just a blunt, just the side of his shield, just smashing into it.
Yeah, if he spent like half an hour, 20 minutes doing that, I think it'd be a large crack, and eventually the whole thing would just collapse in, as I assume he's doing it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just going to get a drink so everyone can take a short rest if they want. If there's anyone keeping watch, do a perception for me.
It's the temporary HP stay, Lewis. Or does
Yeah,
it go?
goes on a long rest.
12 to it straight away.
Oh,
So it does stay, yeah. Has Anya died again? I feel sad when Anya's not here to play Jane.
no.
Jade.
Jane.
Jen.
I will ring.
That thing you said to do works really well, Liz.
Which one?
Keeping the little tabs of important stuff.
Yeah. So
It's
much
been really
better.
good for just Dewey and Raydra. Right.
No.
Is everyone here?
Yeah, but first,
Yeah.
I want to post finished product.
Oh my god. Hit me up. Oh. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
That's going as my background for my phone.
Yeah, I got the Tales of Waterdeep poster I made as my background.
Oh,
Furion looks so good. I love the
so
Blossom
cute.
Sea.
Love Blossom.
All that mud.
The thing I think I love the most is just how her legs are so grubby, but they've been like walking around, and just
Yeah.
how hers aren't.
Yeah.
It's crying. Gonna go
Imagine-
splash in the mud.
Yeah. So imagine Gertrude just being like real careful where she steps. Like, I'm not stepping on any crap, you know. And Ross was just like, la 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 la.
Thanks for getting that done with this.
That's right.
So good.
The little spider web in the hair as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Gertrude's colours that's nice. I like the little yellow what would you call it? Trim. It's quite nice.
You gonna redo the tokens list?
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a little intro with them as well, I think.
Oh.
I don't know what yet, but
I just fucking love Viren's expression, like.
Yeah.
yeah.
The shit I have to put up with.
I like he's got a little bit of blushing going on. It's
He
cute.
does.
Yeah.
Knows what everyone's thinking when he sees some of his two little halflings.
It's not blushy, just inner raging.
Yeah.
Silent fury.
Did you?
I like the little details on his little cape thing at the top. He's got little rips in there.
I love the little
Like
rips.
it's not little perfect
yeah,
or
yeah.
anything. It's just I love it.
Can oh god, Assie. Can Toby talk to Bugrick during the short rest game?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just gonna roll
Dewey and Roger.
Dewey and Rodri's things.
Would
Oh,
Jones'
God.
horse heal up on a short rest?
It would.
Yeah.
But you'd have to look at Jones. Yeah, it'd use 8 dots. So I'll do that.
Jones should be with us now. June! I need to call it again. June, don't do this to me.
That was not good.
What the fuck? I think my riding horse calculation HP might be wrong.
June.
I'm not sure if it is.
60, 10 plus 6, and I got 25 on average.
Yeah, 60, 10 plus 6. Oh, wait. No, it's because I actually rolled it.
Did it get that bad, my guy?
It did, yeah. Because they were all meant to be random horses, so it's kind of
that's
like luck of a
amazing.
draw.
Holy shit, that is like proper bad.
Wait, how much HP does your horse have?
25 on a 60.
Oh my
10
God.
plus 6.
Oh,
That's half of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashley has got a
Charles
lot.
got 39.
Assie is a chonk.
It's because I thought, like, if
So
you're going to
good.
buy horses in the future, if these ones die, I kind of want it to be really random.
No,
so
no, no,
you're
I
you're
love
paying-
that. Yeah, I love that.
Okay, good.
I'm not
Charles got-
complaining. I think it's
Charles
funny
got-
as shit.
Charles got 39, so yours has got 25.
Yeah.
What's Toby's one got?
It's even better because
50.
it's Mulin.
50. Yeah.
So he's the proper shitter.
But Assie is a draft horse, so kind of makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense that she'd be a block chunkier.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
her dice
that
might
was
be
pretty
bigger.
Yeah.
Chuckle's a big boy too. What about Frostrag? What's he got?
28.
Oh, poor Frostrag. What about
Uriel.
Uriel?
31.
No, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
You can take a short rest on you so you get your channel divinity back.
Thank you.
There you go.
So, Toby, during the short rest, if you're
Yeah.
doing that perception check, you'd look up into the sky. You'd see that the clouds are really dark, but you think it could start raining, but you don't think it's going to start thundering. And you know you've been in the Stonelands before, but Stoneland storms are they're pretty bad. Like, if a storm's coming,
Mm-hmm.
it's most likely just going to be like really there's going to be lightning, there's going to be rain, but there is the probability, because you've seen it. Maybe you might have seen a firestorm or an ice storm, or perhaps even an proper acid rain. So if you ever do see this when looking up at the sky, it is worrying.
Fuck.
So
But
I'll
you
let you
think
know.
this time it's not
You think-
likely to be storming properly.
He thinks the worst thing it could be is just really heavy rainfall.
Okay. He is super not crotchety, but in discomfort right now. He's not happy about us camping in the place that's an enemy outpost. Basically, he's not happy with the thunderclouds. But he'd like to talk to Bugrick during the short rest.
Oh,
Yeah,
by the way,
Bugrick.
Pierre
Yep.
have done Song of Rest during short rest, in case anyone
fair
needs it. But
No, I'm all good.
Helps
don't
with
think it does, but yeah,
Doesn't
extra
necessarily
Oh,
Doesn't
that's a
it
good
does.
one.
Oh, Bugrick. Got to do him.
In fact, that would have actually given me back 1 hit dice. I can take 1 back.
Burp.
Wouldn't have needed to use it.
Nice.
You get another 6 from Song of Rest, Kieran, for Bugrick.
Yep, he's back up to full then.
Nice. Yeah, Toby would just say to him, "What are you thinking with the weapons, Monsieur? Will not be easy to move them."
He's looking over at the cart. Oh, this one. You could hitch up one of your horses, or 2 of them, and we could get it to Fort Obligation. This one is going to need a new axle. It's not going anywhere.
Is there? I assume we could not load the weapons from this one to the other.
If you want it to collapse, you could.
I'm just very aware what seems to motivate our ambusher. If we leave them here, they are not likely to stay around.
It's sort of looks at the horses. I don't think we've got enough here to carry this whole thing. That's the thing.
What about over there? Is there nothing you can salvage? Axle?
I mean, you can go have a look. That's a good idea, though.
If you wouldn't mind, Ember.
I'm going to have a little look. I can't say I know much about whether they are good axles or not.
I'm sure Dewey can help you.
I don't know about that.
Dewey will help you, but neither of you are proficient in land vehicles. So
Oh.
just do an intellect check with advantage.
Whilst this is happening, Pierre's just walking along the edge of this thing, trying to balance on the edge, whilst playing his lute and singing, and he's just like, "No more war pigs have the power. Hand of God has struck the hour," and he just points towards Joan.
So,
Joan
go on.
rolls her eyes. Sorry.
Finally
So-
got to make a Black Sabbath reference with my friend.
I didn't know Ronnie James Dio was fucking 4'11".
Yeah, he's pretty short, and he's got
He's
no
tiny.
fingertips either.
Shit.
Oh, not Ronnie James Dio. No, I'm thinking of Tony Iommi.
Penis tip. Yeah, got you. No, he's rubbed it out after all these years. No, stop.
He got,
So,
he got cut off in a fucking like a machinery accident, and so they're all like that's why Black Sabbath have got that really like tinny sound on the guitar because the end of his fingers aren't, they're like plastic.
cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, Dewey helps you look Ember, but you're both like, oh, you're just looking at the wheels, like,
Well,
but the wheels
okay,
are looking
okay.
pretty smashed up.
burning it help?
Should we try and take something over that looks right?
I guess. She just picks up like a bit of the wheel. I don't know about this part. Maybe we could like stick it together. I don't know.
Maybe we could try some car talk, you know, like, yeah, it's just a rear axle 9000.
I've actually just noticed that Ember's got wood carver tools as her proficiency. I don't know if I actually have any wood carving tools, but
You don't have them.
If you-
no, I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do have them. Nope.
So would you go over and show Bugrick?
Yeah, let's bring a wheel with us.
He looks at Dewey and he's like, that's the steering rod. Oh. He looks at Ember. and that is. I'm not even going to go into what that is.
Oh, not useful then. Maybe you could stick it together. You know how you poke holes in the wood and you put them together. You know what I mean?
He goes over and he like slaps the side of it. This is fine engineering. Can't just slap it together. He like slaps the
Oh.
cart and it like juts on the rock face. And he sort of like ooh, jumps back. Suppose I could go and have a look.
Might be worth it.
Shame Dad never taught us how to build that house, eh? Do he?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a cart, but
No.
yes. He sort of peruses around. He sees a few bodies. He's just like, ugh.
Can Pierre go through the goblins' bodies and see if they've got anything of value on them?
Yeah. So each goblin, if he looked over at them all,
Mhm.
they'd all have short bows. They'd all have daggers, just normal daggers. They'd probably have a random assortment of like copper pieces, which would add up to like 20 copper pieces overall.
He'll pocket that, and he'll take a short bow and a dagger, I think. Just why the fuck not?
Yeah. So anyone else who wants short bows and daggers, there are plenty on the little goblins.
Oh
Wait
yeah,
to
I'll
look.
have some daggers.
Oh god! Bursts
I
out
know.
from inside one of the wargs.
Oh
Bugger,
yeah, no, I don't want it.
Bugger comes back and he's like, well, if it was the steering mechanism that was broken, it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't think that cart's going anywhere unless any of you have any smart ideas.
Hmm.
Do they have any arrows?
What
for them, Pierre?
about an ice wheel, do we? Do you think that'll hold up?
Just shakes its head.
Oh.
We could simply drag it. We have enough horses that we could treat it like a sled rather than a cart. It would take time, but we could move it.
Bugger's like, oh, I've never seen that done before, but willing to try.
Hmm.
See, brains and brawn.
Might have to curve it at the end so it doesn't all hit all the rocks on the way.
It'll be slow going, but better than not moving at all.
I had
Hmm.
an idea as well, Mr. Bugrick. If I can run it past you.
Well, my friends call me Captain Warmbelt, but whatever.
Well, we know we want to deal with the problem that's been harassing your wagon trains, getting the weapons.
Aye.
He seems a singularly driven individual. I wonder perhaps if we move towards Fort Obligation with the weapons in tow, if we could not leave a trail, if you will, like breadcrumbs, to keep him following along and set up an ambush of our own. I don't know if he'd be able to resist a large pile of weapons left out in the open.
It's true, we could try, but wouldn't we just be leading him the whole route to Fort Obligation? I mean, what if we failed?
Well, we could certainly stop along the way, leave the wagon in the middle of the road, much like he has, make him fall for his own trap.
But if he ran away, what makes you think he's going to come after us again?
Well, like Mr. Legrand said, he seemed to not be able to resist weapons. Perhaps a breadcrumb trail will lead him right to the wagon.
I mean, we can give it a shot.
Might take a few days though, so
You can see at the moment, it's about 5 o'clock. Probably have about 3 more hours of daylight ahead of you. No, 5 o'clock, so you have about 3 hours of daylight left.
Get moving then.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. How many hours of actual walking have we got left though? How far have we come already? I can't remember.
I will take you over to the map.
Did the goblins have any arrows, by the way, here?
They all had about 20 each, so they'd probably be over 100 there.
So whatever. Oh yeah, arrows.
So, you are about halfway. You're here.
Just take 20 for now.
So you're about 15 miles from full obligation.
So we can travel about another 9.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's alright.
Yeah. Still think that's the right call.
Okay. So you're packing up.
Mm-hmm.
Which horse is he putting on which cart? Who's
So-
going in which cart?
Toby will volunteer SEA for the dragging one.
I would say for this cart, so for the cart that's not damaged, you need 2 horses. For this cart here, you'd probably need about 3.
Pierre will volunteer Mullins because he's great at carrying big objects, just like Mullins himself.
I think we need to use all of them pretty much, apart from one.
Yeah, apart from 1. So who's the 1?
I'm assuming it's going to be Joe.
Yeah.
That's what Toby would be leaning towards. No need to trouble yourself, Mamzella Fast. She gone again.
Just rears her nose.
It's fucking wiped out.
Damn it, Anya.
Okay, so 1 horse, and then which 3 are going on the big old this one?
SEA will lead it.
Yeah, Charcoal's pretty chonky too, so you could go on it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Put Charcoal, Mullins, and Assier on the broken one, and then put Frostdrag and Alistair on the non-broken one, and then Joan with Uriel can just ride separately.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you would. Who would be sitting on the cart that you're balancing?
Well, Ember, if it's still got the big old rain clouds above, Ember's inside.
Okay. It seems like it was Toby's idea. So is he like leading it? And because Bugrick's going to be in the cart that isn't damaged.
Toby doesn't think people should really be riding in the damaged one. He's going to be walking alongside it.
So you're steering the horses from the front.
Yeah, he'll like walk them from in front, yeah.
Pierre wants to
Okay.
be in the wagon with the goblin. So,
Okay.
'cause-
I'm just going to set this up so if there's another map, I can get you over. So, we've got this cart here. Toby's over here. Pierre's in the cart here. Ember's in the cart. Guess Jude would be walking. Jane's on the horse. Rodri would be guiding it with Toby. And then Assier's at the big he's doing the big one, right? He's doing the unbalanced one.
Yeah. SEA is like, yeah. in the
Mullins
middle.
is doing the unbalanced one.
yeah.
I'm supposed to see this map or not?
What map? Oh shit, yeah, sorry. I'll take this one in. I'm just setting up the tokens
Okay.
just in case. And Frostrag. Guess he's here.
Yeah.
Was
and
Charcoal
Charcoal was on this
Charcoal's
one,
on the
and
big one.
Orsio was on this one.
Okay, there we go. I guess Toby would be at the front, and then Rodri would probably be leading it from the middle, so they stay on track.
Goblin would be in here. Yeah.
Gobby. Oh, we've got a new Gobby!
Yeah. Every campaign needs a gobby.
I mean, Gobby did get horrifically murdered. Okay.
Who's old Gobby? I can't remember Gobby.
What did?
You remember Gobby? You killed him.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
fucking stabbed him.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. That fucker. God.
Yeah.
Alright. So,
Yep, that looks good to me.
it's now no.
Wait, where's Dewey going?
Dewey's just sort of going at the front.
Okay.
keeping guard. He's a good boy. I'll move you back over to Stonelands. So we're going to sort of be travelling. Is it about 9 miles you could make it today?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 exhaustion checks.
And you wouldn't push the exhaustion, right?
I mean, we could. We could go
You'd have
another.
to push twice.
Yeah. Do we want to risk it? We could push it once and see how bad we
Right.
are.
So as you're
Yeah.
leading the horses forward, the road that you were on at the time, so you saw that it was sort of cut into the terrain. It eventually emerges out of the terrain, and you're on more flat land. So it's quite easy to see around you at this point, though at this point, any semblance of a road is sort of gone, and you're mostly just listening to Bugrit being like, oh yes, it's that way over to Fort Obligation, and he's just pointing to these sort of like high hills.
Mm-hmm.
Be dark now, right? But as well, wouldn't it?
By the time you got to here, I'm going to do some perception checks before you get to where you are on the journey. So to simulate for the journey you're walking.
I assume we were walking at a normal pace, right?
Yeah, with the 3 horses on the unsteady cart, I think that's fair enough.
So it would have taken 3 hours to go 9 miles.
Yeah, so it's coming to about 8:30. The sun's getting low in the sky.
So perception checks, you said?
Yeah.
For everyone.
Anyone who's looking out. So
Pierre,
you're in your
actually
car.
wouldn't be looking out, but you got 4 anyway, so that's fine.
It definitely would be.
Rachel
Well,
would be.
there's still rain clouds, Ember's not.
Yes, Toby. Nah, we can't get to fucking level 5 soon enough. I want my fucking bardic inspirations back.
You just got to level fucking 4! No.
I know, that's what I'm saying, we can't get there soon enough. So Toby, especially you, and Rage is very aware of it. As the terrain is quite flat, but you've got almost a large step to your west. And as you're sort of closing in on like, oh, we need to stop soon, I'm getting quite tired, you start to hear the howling of wargs coming from the northwest. And I'll show you what the terrain looks like. Oh, wait, hang on. Not yet. Yeah, okay, I can take that now. So I'll dump you on. Something like this. And Maps
seeing as
look
it's
so
getting
fucking
dark.
Good, Kieran.
There you go. Thank you. Just got music.
No.
Come on, play.
Ooh, that's awesome.
It's
music.
playing. It's awesome.
Oh, mine wasn't playing.
Toby
Okay.
light a torch.
Good.
Sling
So
a
the-
shield on his back.
Howling sounded like it came from over here somewhere.
What was that? Ping again? Oh, on top left.
Yeah, and you can sort of see this step, this rocky step, similar to the one you're in before, but it's a bit more shallow this time.
Can Toby light a torch?
Yeah. Let me put it on.
Yeah, will light one as well. He doesn't need it himself, but he actually, does he even have one? Nope, doesn't have one. Never mind.
Ember can cast light if anyone wants.
Yeah, cast it on Pierre's like rapier.
Cast light on the rapier.
Okay.
That's like 10-10, right? Right.
Isn't it 2020?
2020.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is 2020.
So where do you hear it from, Kieran? Northwest.
Yeah, up here. Somewhere up here.
Yeah, he'd call out to the rest of the wagon train and say, "Be on your guard. There are other howling creatures, perhaps more wargs."
Oh, my favourite.
Oh, no. Just does a little click in her hands of fire. She's like, I'm not sure I've got that much left.
Pierre would have, during the fight, would have taken off his, during the travel, would have taken off his boots and his socks, and he's stuffed the goblin's mouth with his socks. And he just, like, taps him on the cheek and is like, there, fella. Your friends will show up and be dead soon.
We are attacked. Circle up.
Yeah, Pierre's going to lace
We're
up
not
his
going
boots
to outrun them.
So
and hop out.
Yeah, bro, get out. You staying here, please.
So it's a tense moment. You can hear, like Toby, you can hear the footsteps, like the trampling of the ground coming from closer and closer now. It doesn't seem to be coming straight towards you though.
Don't worry,
It's
Joan.
almost-
I'll protect you.
Do an insight, Toby.
I will gladly do an insight. Fuck. 13.
Yeah, even with a 13, you think that they're searching.
Fuck.
Mm.
That's scary.
Does he say that?
Yeah. They're searching. I don't think we can afford to extinguish our torches, though. The horses would be blind.
No, but maybe it's worth to hide us for now. Maybe I can go ahead and see. Or don't know.
Well, I say we're probably fucked either way, so let's let them find us and show them what's what.
So Toby, you can see one. It seems to be sniffing the ground over here. Can you see that? No.
I
Roger, you
can't.
can.
I can.
Yeah. So yeah, Pierre, you can see it is sniffing the ground. It looks up, looks around. Doesn't seem to have seen you yet, though.
Fuck, what Pierre do?
Mm.
Pierre's gonna look to Toby, and he's gonna do like a bird. He's gonna try and imitate a bird call that Toby will recognize as being like an alert signal.
Mm-hmm. Toby would look straight over to him.
Okay, hang on.
I can do a performance check if you want me to.
Yeah, you can do a performance check.
See how convincing it is.
Oh!
Oh!
So as you
Too
turn,
convincing.
as you do it, Toby hears it. This walk, it looks directly at you as you do it, Pierre. But then its eyes just like dart off, thinking it could have been a bird.
Yeah, he's like sort of angling his the sound, almost like trying to push it off, yeah, in that direction.
Toby, you can see one approaching from the north. Very slightly. You can see its head slightly sticking out, looking around a tree.
Ooh.
Let me see.
What do we do?
I
It-
think we attack,
It
honestly.
walks down here like this behind the large stone, seemingly not seen you yet. It hasn't got its own light on, it just seems to be doing it by smell. The rider looks like he isn't even really looking at anything.
He's not spotted our lights at all.
They've looked up in that direction, but he looks very tired. The guy on the top, he seems like he's not looking properly. Hash, they've rolled very badly.
As if we can hide, but if they're checking all over the place, they're eventually going to walk into us. And if we move at all, we're fucking horses on a dragging wagon. Like, we're not going to be able to stealth anywhere.
If you signal, I'll go with Dissonant Whispers second level.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at second level on the warg itself. It has to have a Wisdom saving throw.
Warg.
DC 14.
If it fails.
So it has to immediately use its reaction if able to move as far as speed as the way it allows from you, and it also takes this much damage.
Ooh, nice.
19 points of psychic damage.
And with that, as it starts running off, it lets out like a and you see, if anyone can see the one over here, turns towards it.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah. 19. So how
Rodri over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full speed, right?
Yep.
Is that dash as well? Or not?
No, because it's a reaction. It can't action dash.
Okay.
Well, I've got no spell slots, guys. I got one. I got one.
Second level, and I've got one first level.
I got one first level. I have got three.
I got no bardic inspirations as well.
I have got 3 sorcery points left, to be fair.
That's pretty good, at least.
I
always think
all my shit because I'm a fighter.
Whenever I think of
I thought the natural
sorcery points, I always think of Bend It Like Beckham. I don't know why. It's like Bend It with like I don't know.
Such a
I
random
have no idea what your references are.
I totally get what you mean though, yeah.
I get what you mean, but it's so random. So funny.
I'm a random sure guy. No.
Holds up, Spork.
The fuck is that?
The fuck is that?
Yep.
There she is.
She's falling
That's my
asleep
girl.
again.
Turned into a duck by the sounds of it.
We're fighting stuff. Come help us.
100% falling asleep. It's amazing.
Right. This time, because I did it wrong last time, if they've got intelligent mounts, the mounts and the rider have separate initiatives.
How do I roll for how do I roll for the horse?
You don't. It goes on
no,
your turn.
the horses don't do anything. Oh, actually, no. You're on your horse, Jane. You're the only one on your horse. It has the same initiative as you.
Okay. So do I just roll my initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so the rest of us roll for our horses?
No, because they're not intelligent.
Okay. Got it.
They need to have like an intelligence above 5, I think, something like that. Like they're ridden animals, like they only obey commands. Whereas like dragons, wargs, they can act separately.
That's cool.
So it's 20.
You're quite quiet, aren't you?
20.
There you
Oh.
go.
Didn't click your thing. Right. There we go. So, Toby, you are first by a 0.1.
Gee, I rolled an
Joan-
18.16 and I went 5th.
I think Joan would actually be first because she should be 20.18
Yeah. He's
or something because she's +4 on Dex.
Yeah, but she didn't click on a token, so you go first.
Yeah. Toby will move forward. Doesn't want to get too far ahead. He'll get to here. He'll bonus action. I don't know what it's called. Giant's Might, I think.
Does Toby have a shield?
He's currently holding torch and warpick, so
So-
his AC would be 17.
Exactly.
Yeah, good catch. Why can't I see it to tick off? There it is. Yeah, so he's big boy mode again,
Hmm.
and for his action, he will take the dodge action.
Okay.
And he will just shout out, "Stay close, fight in the light."
Joan, the Herald of Light, it is your turn.
I don't see. Oh no, I do see a bad guy. I'm assuming this is a bad guy.
Which guy?
Wait, this one.
No,
No.
he's a good guy. Well, this guy is a prisoner who you've got tied up.
Oh, okay.
That would be funny though. Die!
I got this one covered.
I don't know. There's not really anything you can do. I can't see anything happening.
You could do your bless power, your freer monitor blesses. Get your spiritual weapon ready.
You could be a Sun Falcon.
You could be a Sun Falcon. It'd be pretty swanky.
No. Wait. Let me just have a look. 30 feet. 30 feet.
Why is Uriel called Horse 1?
Probably because he's the only one I didn't save.
Oh.
Annoyingly. I thought I saved him at Fort Champion, so I didn't think I went back and did it.
Come on. Sorry.
Right.
Clicky defeat.
I'm trying to cast Bless on Pierre, Toby, and Ember. But I don't know how many people I can bless because it won't let
3.
me. Yeah, okay.
Unless you cast it at higher levels, I think. But I assume you're just doing
No.
it at first level.
No, I was doing it at second level.
Oh, 4 then, I
Oh.
think you can choose.
4 people, yeah.
Dewey then, as well.
Okay.
Dewey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll
Yeah.
put a little bless symbol on myself.
Dewey. He can't see anything either. He doesn't want to move up.
Look, can't hold my pee anymore. BLB.
Speaking of hold, he can hold an action.
I don't know, but how have we done that in the past? Because he has no idea where it's coming from. So he's like, "Ooh."
You can
If he
hold.
sees something,
You
I
can
guess.
specify it. You can say he holds his action until he sees something.
Okay. So it can be that vague,
Yeah. Yes, it can. Yeah.
not like from that. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. You say he holds action until he sees an enemy
He
he's
will-
able to shoot.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly what Lewis said. He'll hold the what was that?
Frostbite. I can't fucking call Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost. Yeah, he's gonna hold Ray of Frost. Bugrick looks out and he's like, "Better take care of this." Jumps down, off, using half his movement. Moves up in front of Pierre. And it's your turn, Pierre.
Pierre is going to cast Mirror Image on himself.
Mhm.
Fortunately, that uses my last second spell slot, but like it's worth it considering I've got no other spells really. Yep. So he is. Wait, you don't concentrate on Mirror Image, do you? No. He's gonna move up slightly. You can see this guy now. So yeah, that's his turn.
Okay.
So Toby did say to stay in the circle or line or whatever he said nearby.
You said a line, didn't you? That's what I was getting here.
So these guys
I remember.
move up into the light.
Ooh.
But they stop there.
Hmm. Okay.
Boomba.
Does Dewey get his attack first?
Yeah, he would.
Oh yeah. Which the first one he was seeing is this, and I guess he would have seen the warg before he saw the rider.
Are you sure? 'Cause I can't see that one over there.
Oh, fuck. Let's see what Drew can see. First one Drew could see was this one up here, but got scared and came back.
Okay.
So that probably works out pretty well.
Yeah, it works out really well. Ray of Frost, baby.
With bless.
With Bless, yeah.
Yep, it just hits. So do it just to appease you, though.
Appeased.
4 points cold damage. It's looking very bad to anyone stumbling around.
Yeah, that's quick.
Well, that thing he did was a bode. Great. Oh wait, sorry, it's Ember's turn. Go on, Ember.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my spelly spells. Let's go with a. Let's go with a twinned, because it's awesome. Firebolt. So we'll go these two up here.
The wargs, I assume.
Oh yeah, the wolves. I think. Wait, what did Dewey attack?
He attacked the wargs.
Okay, yeah, then the wolves. The first one on the right. Oh, I'm gonna do my mantle, so I'm gonna do it one more time.
Mhm.
And... So +4.
Okay. So it slams into its face.
Yeah, that one. And then on the left.
Big one. Oh, yeah. It hits and
It's
it
12
just collapses
damage. Nice.
beneath
Nice.
the goblin. He will use his dex.
Man, when you get to level
He goes through.
when you get to level 5, your firebolts are gonna do so much with twinned.
Yeah.
You're like 4d10 essentially.
Oh yeah, because they get 2d10s. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Plus
goblin.
mental
Yeah,
for an
man.
extra 8 damage on top, essentially. That's so good.
Yeah. I can't roll ones.
These two goblins up here gonna shoot their short bows at Toby.
He's dodging.
Dodging, so
Mhm.
disadvantage.
One of them hits with a 17 and a 20. Oh no, a 19 and a 24, and it does 3 points of piercing damage, and the other one misses.
Reduced.
Zero points of piercing damage.
Shoot!
Yeah, heavy armor master.
So cool.
Do you think you could make a flippable token where the other tokens are different size? Then I could just flip myself
You
back
don't
and forth
think
without it bothering Kim.
Can you do that? I don't think you can.
Just thinking. No,
'Cause you
can't.
Yeah,
you
you
can't.
input the.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
definitely can't.
Okay. Could you make me a bigly boy, please, Kieran?
Yep.
Thank you.
It's not your turn yet.
I did it last time.
Oh right, yeah. You being stupid. This guy on the floor will stand up, and he's like, and doesn't quite reach you. This guy, and this guy, they'll all shoot at Pierre.
Yep.
So 2 of them hit, 17, 23.
Got to roll the thingy. So I roll a d20, don't I, Tom? I couldn't remember this.
Yeah, you got. Were any of them like 11, Kieran?
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're on D20 and first one's 6 or higher, so that actually hits Pierre.
Yeah.
So the first one does 5 piercing damage.
And then And the second one hits one of the
Yep.
things. So
So
I've
that
got
hits
2
one of the
left.
things and destroys it.
I'll put a little thing in the third bar.
Toby.
Oh, this little goblin ran up to me.
Yep.
All right. Toby's gonna step up to him, smash him with the war pick, hopefully.
When does
Plus
Fighter get
bless.
2 attacks?
But he
Level 5.
dodges out of the way.
Nice.
With bless.
Oh yeah, bless. Yeah, I always forget bless.
Good catch.
I always try and remember.
And he still dodges.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, Toby will hold his ground there. It's my turn.
Joan.
Still can't see any bad guys.
Yeah, I will say on his turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, love. Toby would have called out like, "Hold this line. We beat them at range."
Well, you see what I was trying to do you?
It's okay. I could see the bad guys when I moved this page. Like,
Joan's got dark vision, right? As being an elf.
Yeah, she does.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't-
I'm just waiting for it to fucking reload because it's being a dick. She would firebolt it.
Which one? Yeah. Okay. The warg or the little guy?
The warg,
Okay.
in the hopes that he might fall off and the warg will squish him.
I'm amazed no one's played a fucking goblin in a campaign yet.
I really want to.
God Magnifico was the top goblin, though.
Yeah.
Rob Goblin. Is that
Top
what you
Rob.
said? Rob Goblin.
Is that his name?
Incredible.
Rob Goblin, the Goblin.
Rob Goblin. Incredible. Incredible.
Incredible.
You roll in your firebolt.
Yeah, sorry, it's taking forever to load. Stupid thing. Sorry. I don't think it's gonna let me. That's really helpful.
I think I've still got your sheet open. Hold on. Yep. Jonah
Leave it
fast.
I'll just-
Firebolt is a +4 to hit. So if you roll a d20 and add 4.
Thank you. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I was rolling 4 d20s for a second. 18.
Yep, it hits.
What is the damage?
1d10.
1
1d10 flat.
Thank you. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
6.
I imagine that Joan's fireballs are like just balls of like little suns, like
Yeah.
yeah.
And as they hit, they just sort of like explode into like a solar flare.
Ooh,
Oh. Awesome.
pretty tasty.
You could bonus action and get your little sun man out.
Oh yeah. I do that.
If you got
What's
the
the
spell
range on
slots, yeah.
spiritual weapon?
16,
What's the range on spiritual
yeah.
weapon, Lewis?
60 feet originally, and then 20 feet after that.
That man's within range.
Better hit him with your sun then.
Put him here.
Pretty sure, anyway.
I trust Bungo's knowledge on spiritual weapon.
It's been a while since I played Bungo, to be fair.
Been a while.
Yeah, that was right.
Spiritual weapons +3, right?
Yep.
1d10. Is it D? Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm being thick. 16.
Yep, it hits.
Cool.
1d8 +1.
1d8 +1. Perfetto. 4.
And this time, the spiritual weapon is just like right in front of the warg's face, and it just looks into their eyes and does a light beam out of its eyes into its face, and it's like, ah!
That son's gonna talk to Jonah at some point. I can.
I had it. Yeah. G.
It whispers to me in the night.
Chewie's going to attack the one he can see, which is this guy over here.
Nice.
Shit. And he looks at Ember. He's like, "I told you ice cream was good."
It's fucking
It's not-
obsession.
It's got milk in it. It's gross.
Bugrick. He's like, "Stand behind me, son," as he gets in front of Pierre.
You're talking to the wrong one.
And he's gonna throw a hand axe at this guy.
Oh my god, it's miles away.
Actually, can he do it? Yeah, it's
60
just a
feet.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeet.
To be fair, there's probably loads in the wagon. Start yeeting them out.
Did he nat 20 on a
Yeah. No, he hit.
Oh my.
And it plunges into the eye socket of the warg.
Oh.
He's like, "Oh, you'll be safe."
Yeah, just pats him on the head.
Yeah, it's like twice its height.
Pierre is actually going to shoot his short bow up at this one.
Which one?
The one on top right.
Okay, yeah.
15.
It hits.
8 piercing damage.
man.
It's pretty gnarly shot.
That's a fucking pub boast if ever I heard one for Pierre. Never shot a goblin with its own short bow.
Just about to say something like that. So.
Wargs. Wargs. Disengages.
Oh.
This guy. So so a few of these guys can attack, other ones can't. The top one's going to attack Toby.
Yep.
Misses. This one can't. He went in hard. This one can't, but these two can. So this one's going to attack Bugrick, and this one's going to attack Joan. First one does 11 piercing damage to Bugrick. And then Joan, you take 21 points of piercing damage as it crits on you. And Joan, can you make a strength saving throw? And Bugrick's got to make a strength saving throw.
Joan also has to make a constitution saving throw to see if she can remain concentrating on bless.
Jonas, BRB getting a drink. Should we wait or shall I do it?
Wait a sec, I'll get a drink and see if it takes as long.
Oh yeah, I can take my drugs as well.
Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, dude.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. I got fuck all left though.
I've got one spell slot left and I'm about to use it.
I got one as well.
Yeah.
One first level, which I'm probably gonna cast Dissonant Whispers with.
Is everyone here?
I am. I don't think Tom is.
I'm a faster drink getter than both of them.
I think I went to take his drugs.
I know what the heroin life is like, man.
You're just too cool for school.
Yeah. I didn't expect a session to be like. I thought we'd get there. Damn.
It's always the way it goes. That comeback
Nearly
can
there.
take so long sometimes. That's why I just don't know if like Ravenloft, where it could be like 5 sessions, but it could be like fucking 10 for all I know.
I imagine it's the sort of place that you can faff about in a lot.
Yes, I'd agree.
I like the idea that Blaze is just snoozing in the back.
I want him
You
keeping an
know.
eye on this fucking twat.
Yeah.
You did time up pretty well though.
Yeah. Still though, I want Blaze to be like growling at him.
No, Blaze just be waving at him.
Blaze is waving at him. But his tail is on fire. He's like flicking at him.
Like a hot feather duster.
Yeah. I like to think like when he like steps on stuff as well, like it slightly just singes it where he
So-
steps.
So he leaves little singed paw prints.
That's
Yeah.
cute.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, people back, yeah. Sounds like a no.
I think so.
I'll take James' health off. I can do that.
Oh,
Drugs have been taken.
Actually, it should be 6 plus. No wait,
Did you not maximize it?
no, I didn't. It should only be one more though. 22.
I see that new health bar.
Oh shit.
It's because the horse's health bar's fine.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ooh,
Oh,
fuck. Okay.
She
Okay.
She did have 10 HP though. She didn't use it. I don't
Oh, soz.
on the red.
She had 2 points of it.
She has to make a con save as well, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's just safe to assume Anya's in La La Land today. But yeah.
Yeah, she made it. So she's also got to do.
Yeah, strength
Yeah.
save. Ooh.
So she failed, but now she needs to do a dex.
Yeah. Okay.
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 So they're all just slumped on their horses.
Yep.
Blech. No, that's the wrong one. Do that. Buckrick stayed up. We have a 2 just ran in. Yeah. Ember.
Ember's gonna use her last spell slot and burning hands on this guy front. I think I can avoid people.
Is that dex? How big is the cone?
It's 15 foot cone.
I think you can. I think you hit Roger.
Yeah. Yeah, you would hit.
You hit Roger
Really?
or
You could-
horse. I think.
Can you
yeah,
do
no,
it?
actually,
Yeah.
You could just do it like that, actually, yeah.
Okay.
I think.
How long?
If not, then if you can't, then she'll step back, and then maybe that works.
You can. You can.
Okay.
Joan took a critical hit. That's what happened. But she's prone on her horse.
Okay.
So yeah. Is it
So burning hands is a dex save.
dex for both of them? So the walk's fine, but the goblin isn't,
17.
So plus 4. Yep.
and it's
So
half.
it is half. I think.
So-
yeah.
The burning hands. I assume she just puts them out. Flamethrower.
Yeah. Pretty
And
much.
They pretty much just disintegrate before your very eyes.
Damn. Jesus. I expected one to die.
That was the weak one.
That's it. Yeah.
Rodri. Flipper token, Kieran.
Oh yeah, she's in
Get it
combat
right.
mode.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Always have to look if it's a cantrip or a spell that causes this effect.
One thing I thought of a cool idea would be to do. I think there is an
Yeah.
API to do it to have like. I don't know how to use those. But one thing I thought could be a cool idea to have rollable tokens that have different kind of status effects on them that aren't just on the little select ones.
That's a great shout.
Interesting.
That's a great
Yeah.
shout.
What do you mean? I'm confused.
So you just roll them along,
Yeah.
and they'd have the stats effect on.
And then
So
you can
if
track
if
how
your guy
long-
got stunned or whatever, you'd flip him to stunned mode.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty good.
You could also track like how long with it as well, so you could have like just a counter of 10 on for 10 different rollable tokens, and then you could like when you put the like say they're like I can't even think like a stunned thing on like a you put the 10 token on at the same time, so you could track. A bit
It's probably a
easier.
good idea for
I feel
player
like it'd be a lot of work though, yeah.
I think there is.
Yeah, for player character would be fine, I think.
I think there is an API for it, so I don't know. Kieran's got access to APIs with his.
I do, because I bought the wrong one.
So it could be because I know one of the other people I play with in the other campaign does it, and this little like for example, say the bless token. Say if that was all timed or whatever, it would have like a number on it that would go down automatically when it went to your turn.
Very helpful.
I'll have a look for that. Okay, so the goblin's turn now. The two attacking giant Toby are like with their little daggers trying to stab him up. I imagine he's just standing there and it's just clanging off the bottom of his cauldrons.
Yep.
Neither of them hitting. This little one sees Jones down. He's like, and he goes for this stab.
Advantage.
Does 5 slashing damage to Joan. This guy down here also sees.
She's got to make another con save. See if she keeps bless up.
Oh.
I like to imagine the prone on the horse is like you're like half falling off to the
That's
side.
what I was imagining as well.
It's still not working, is it, Anya? Do you want me to roll it for you?
No, I'm just getting the page up so I can do it. It's
Okay.
alright. Thank you, love.
That's alright.
1d20 plus 3, con save, 19.
Nice.
Yeah, you make it then. And the other goblin he tries to slash out at you misses, Jane. And then the one is going to attack Bugrick. Oh, and that one's what dumbass. And then the one, yeah, that's it.
Nice.
Toby. Oh, not
Toby calls out towards Pierre. Pierre, Mamzella Fass, keep her safe. And he's fighting off these guys. He will. Yeah, the goblins aren't ready. Let's kill the fucking warg. So attack against the warg.
It hits.
I just saw your roll, Joan, because we're in the same campaign.
Yeah, same.
That was cool.
I was seeing if it worked on D&D Beyond, and then I could do it on there rather than trying to fuck about with it.
Yeah, makes sense.
If
He
that's
will.
what I-
He will. Is that all right with you, Kieran? I'd assume so.
What is?
Because Anya's having issues with D&D Beyond, where it won't open on Chrome and what have you, so you can't do the Beyond 20 thing. So she's just gonna roll on D&D Beyond on.
Oh, that's
Edge.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can see the rolls.
If they're
anyway.
like 5 natural 20s, I wouldn't believe it. But
How many did Elodius get again? 3 net
3.
20s or something?
That's not that. No, I mean, that's...
I think he was oath-bowing as well, so he had advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is on a hit, so I think I have to announce it straight away. Hit a creature with an attack using a weapon. Yeah. So he will shout out, "Encendez!" and the war pick bursts into flame, much to Ember's joy, I'm sure.
Delicious.
And he will evoke the fire rune that he's got built into the war pick.
I
The
fully
normal
imagine that.
damage.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Just imagine that that Ember would just suddenly be distracted and just be like staring up at the war pick.
Big cat eyes. Oh.
Is it 13?
13 piercing damage. Yeah, rolled really well. Oh, and my d6. Fuck, if I wasted the fire rune, I'm going to be annoyed. No! 18 damage.
And with the... It sort of cracks into its head and it's still alive and snarls at you, but it starts to burn and it collapses onto the floor.
Yeah. What was it on, like 2 HP or something?
It was on 3.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I technically could roll less than that on 2d6. Nope, we're good.
Oh, I thought that 5 was what did it.
Oh, fuck, I knew I wasted it. God damn it.
Goblin will jump down.
Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, no. Jumping down. Yeah.
Goblin, reflex, as he jumps off the dead walk, he does a flip in the air. And he nat when he did it.
I'm so tempted to action surge bonk him just for his nerve.
Please do.
Yeah, fuck it. Action surge. He'll hit the one that did the sweet flip. Just to end his life at a high point. 15.
Yeah, it hits.
Yeah, I'll keep that. 10 damage. Oh, wait, and the d6.
15.
Oh, my lord. 15 damage.
So I imagine he does this sweet flip, lands on his thing,
Ta-da!
slips his dagger out, and then this pick just like collapses his head and arm.
His body to the ground.
I imagine that the pick goes into the head and his head comes off the body and stays on the pick, and the head is just like, ooh.
Tom loves killing cool goblins.
Yeah, he does. Can't get above their station, little fuckers. Man, with that, I might just move. Yeah, I think I will. He's going to move to support Joan, so the single goblin can take an opportunity attack.
Hell yeah, he's gonna.
AC 17 still.
Yeah, 17.
Nice, yeah.
4 slashing.
1 slashing.
Joan, it is your turn.
Pretty similar. Drone will. Oh god.
Remember, with your horse, you can disengage.
Ride on out of there.
Nah.
You are also prone, so you probably want to spend half your movement getting back up on your horse.
So your horse can disengage, and you can still take an action.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. This guy, I'm gonna make a mace attack.
The big guy or the little guy?
The big guy.
Yeah.
For 20.
It hits.
Sweet. For 9 damage.
Ooh, and it's looking pretty weak after that.
And then can I use my spiritual weapon?
Yeah. It can move 30 feet.
20 feet.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you can move it up, but it can't attack.
Oh, yeah, no, true.
Actually,
You
can move
reach
it-
this guy?
No, you
Oh,
can't,
no.
no.
That's rubbish. Yeah, I'll just move it up a bit
Say
and
it
then...
properly.
Rubbish!
Yeah.
You can. You can get there. You can get to this square.
Oh yeah, you can
Right?
actually. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
do that.
you could. Yeah.
And then... Kaboom! Sorry, I don't know why I'm suddenly 4. Jesus. 19
Always.
It
best.
hits.
for 4 damage.
So the tongue from the spiritual weapon just slaps this goblin in the face.
Amazing. Yep, that's me.
She's staying where she is.
Yes, I think so.
Because you can disengage with the horse if you want to,
I
and you won't get
thought
opportunity attack.
That's what I was doing.
But you haven't moved.
Oh, I didn't realise that's what that meant. No, she wouldn't leave everybody else to fight these bad bitches, so I don't know why I said that.
Dewey. Is anything up there at the moment? Let's get a better angle. Yeah, and he's going to Ray of Frost that walk.
Yeet.
It just hits.
He is blessed on as well, so.
And with that, Dewey takes it down.
Yes, Julie.
Oh shit! Nice.
He's like, eat it. Oh, and then the goblin, let's see if he can get down. And this guy, he also does a sweet backflip as he gets off and lands next to Rodri.
Burning all your crit rolls on the fucking dismount.
But great.
Part of the Goblin Nation gymnastics team.
He's gonna stay. He's gonna get back in front of Pierre. He's like, stand back. He swings out of his warhammer.
Are you for serious?
Does 4 bludgeoning damage. Pierre.
Pierre's gonna look down at Bugrick and be like, I'm so glad you're here to protect me! And he's gonna turn around and cast Dissonant Whispers on this walk behind him. Wisdom 14, DC
Failed just.
11 psychic damage, and he has to move as far away as he can with his reaction. And because it's force movement, I get an opportunity attack, I think.
You mean because it's not force
Yeah, that's what I meant,
movement.
because it's not force movement, sorry.
Yep.
Which I will take. 17. For
Hit.
7 piercing damage. Ugh, that was the worst one.
So he's 30 feet off the map now?
And then Pierre will step into this point, and he's like, he'll just call back to Toby and says, I think she's well protected now, Toby.
The walks go. So the one that ran off turns around, snarls, charges down Pierre. And let me work out if any of the others are going to move around. No. It tries to bite Pierre. How do you dodge out of the way? It's just like snapping out at you, Pierre.
I just imagine he's just like dancing left and right with the clones next to him and just ducking and weaving.
I just imagine his shield. I want to make his sword like a magic item sword, like that's like Spring Mustachio in One Punch Man. If you've seen that.
I have, I cannot remember it. I'll Google it.
The other one's going to attack Bugrick. And it also misses. Fuck
I
it.
do vaguely remember, yeah.
I'm just going to try and run. So, he gets attack. Misses. Ember.
Ember's gonna get up and climb on this horse. Right here.
Okay.
And she's gonna, just to get a better
Does she
height,
have to-
basically.
check because it's not her horse.
No, because these horses are like military horses.
Nice.
That's the thing I came up with. It's because the wargs are like intelligent, so I thought they'd be like, "Fuck off." Like,
And she did it before because she jumped on the horse
Yeah.
before.
Yeah,
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
because he got them the same day, so why'd they be so
Yeah.
fussy?
I was gonna try and stand on the horse.
Uh oh.
Okay. Just do an acrobatics. It's low DC, but just.
Oh!
And
Hey!
Ember,
There it
you fall off, go prone,
is.
and take 5
Ooh.
bludgeoning damage.
Ooh, ouch! From my temporary HP.
Yeah.
These little goblins are showing you up, Ember.
Yeah. God. So half movement getting up. That was 5 feet to the horse.
You already spent half your unit getting up, and then you'll
Yeah.
have to spend
Yeah.
half of it getting out, so you can only crawl along the floor, I think.
Well, this is where I am a feline, and I can do more than that. Just stand back up. I should just stand next to Toby up here, I think.
Tree.
Yeah. I don't think I could aim for people
Got this
because
guy up here.
Shoot that little
everyone's
fuck.
in the way. Could shoot that fuck, yeah. Go on, let's shoot that little fuck. Go on. With a fireball. Six damage.
And he is just.
No, you should re-roll that one, because you meant to re-roll once.
It's already re-rolled it, right?
Yeah,
Is
to a,
it?
to a 2.
Yeah, it just changed it. It just changed it to 2. It doesn't re-roll
Oh, okay.
Either way, that guy is immolated.
it. Yeah. Cool.
Rodri. So against this goblin, Rodri isn't even really trying. She doesn't even use the blade. She just pretty much just smacks it as hard as she can with like the blunt, like flat bit, and he just goes flying over here, and he's dead. And she will. Oh yeah, goblin. This one is going to 1-2 Pierre, 3-4 Rodri. Pierre.
It's me.
21 for 3 slashing damage.
Hold on. I've got a really bad cramp in my legs. Oh, it does actually hit me. How much was that? 3?
Yeah. And then the one running off, he's pretty much concentrated on running away. Toby.
Just the warg at the bottom left that we can see.
Yeah, the other one ran off into the darkness.
Bastard. Bastard. 20 to get there. He'll attack it. Warpig. The warg is attacking.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm rolling well on the damages. 17 damage.
So I imagine it's just like a clinical strike right through the eye socket.
Yep.
And it goes down.
Take out the brain. Let's see you do a flip, you little bitch.
So this time, he just does a little jump, but he goes off the back instead.
Oh,
Sneaky boy.
big brain.
Jane.
Take the rest of his movement to go.
Oh fuck! Joan, there is one singular goblin left.
You're gonna squish the gobbo. And I know you're not asleep, she literally just messaged me.
It should be like this Sleepy Olympics, the ones you can fall asleep with.
Oh, I'm talking to you and I've fucking muted myself. I'm going, yeah, Joan's gonna do this, and then you start talking, and I thought you just heard me. I was gonna cure wounds on myself, and then you said about the one goblin. I was like, oh, where is the one goblin? Is it this one or this one or something?
This one is the one. He's like passed out in. Well, he's not passed out. He's tied up in the back of the wagon. This one is just
right.
like got Toby leering over him.
It's exactly what every man needs. Joan would move to there, and she's gonna firebolt it.
Okay.
I rolled 19.
It hits.
I know this seems like I'm bullshitting because all of a sudden I'm
No,
rolling
that's
really
not-
well.
Probability, man.
We can see it in the chat, so...
Like we can literally see that you're.
Oh, I see. 9 damage.
And the firebolt does Ember proud and finishes off the last goblin. And that is the end of combat.
Nice.
And what are you planning on doing with this goblin in the back of the wagon?
Well, once we've got someone who can speak Goblin, we can figure out where that big orc fellow headed off to.
My lord, this seems like a terrible idea.
Well, it is our mission, it's what we signed up for, but I don't disagree with you. I'd rather go back to base and have a lovely meal cooked by that Raziza woman.
Or me.
Would.
Or Miss Wins, of course.
You starting to like my burnt stuff?
Well, it's got a certain tang to it, but it's starting to take my taste buds away.
I'm glad. You can see she's quite happy by that.
Toby's still in giant form.
want
We
to
should
shrink him
not
down?
take. Yes, please. We should not take the goblin
We should
inside. He sits on his testicles. We should not take the captive inside the walls of Fort Obligation. No matter how unlikely it is that a scrawny little thing like that would survive, we shouldn't give the enemy any more information.
Well, I could always put a bag on his head.
Which bag is this? You are going to empty out your backpack?
You are not putting my bag on his head.
Bugrick's like, we could just break his legs and his arms when he can't escape.
Yeah, so that sounds a perfectly reasonable course of action. I'll be waiting with the as far away from that little cat thing as possible.
What should we do about the camping? Do we think we should press on any more, or do we think here is fine?
Well, we just got attacked here, right?
Yeah, I think if anything, this proves we should be pushing on hard to get to the fort itself.
Yes, you're right.
Just thank a monitor that, and he kind of pats the horse next to him on his side, that Uriel was here to save us. What a fine beast. Even finer name.
Yes, sir. If only the real other Uriel had been here, I'm sure he could have been our knight in shining armor.
Yes, a knight in shining armor all covered in sick.
How very, very eloquent of you, Monsieur Rallyhorn.
I'm not the
But-
one who chucked up his drink all over him. I was just thrown in it.
Yes, it's funny that, isn't it?
That was quite amusing. Well, shall we get
But-
going so far? So you've not got too many cuts and scrapes and bruises on you?
She has.
Cut out there for a second.
She did a cure wounds on herself and somehow rolled max.
Nice.
Oh yeah, there it is. 12 heal.
Mm-hmm.
Bugrick looks around. It's like, come on, you Nambies, let's get going.
Let's fucking go.
What he called us Nambies.
Joan would give him a proper good like glare.
He kind of just like slightly elbows her and then walks off.
Bugrick looks at Joan. He's like, Minotaur's all right for a non-dwarven god.
Do you mean what?
What?
Don't poke the bear.
Ember
Right.
climbs in the back with Blaze, and she just pulls him onto her lap. She's just sitting there with him, patting him on the head.
Pierre's going to sit in the other carriage because I forgot he's terrified of that. With Blaze.
Remember, you can't sit in the other carriage because
Yeah.
it's being balanced.
He's going to walk
So-
then.
Walk in. Okay. So let me put to the map. Okay, so you're about. You're 7 miles, probably a bit more than that. You're about 6 miles from Fort Obligation.
We
2
pushed.
hours.
Hmm?
We
Yeah, We
push.
have to push on, take exhaustion checks.
Yeah.
I think the first
Is
one's DC 11, and then the second one's DC 12, I think. 'Cause it's 10 plus how many hours? Well, it might be DC 10 and 11. I can't remember. It might be 11, actually. Let me have a look.
Yeah. And someone would like to make me a perception check as you go as well.
Movies isn't great, but I'll do it if no one else does.
I'll do it if you like.
That's
Yes,
not
please.
great either, so.
Mine's average.
Perception, sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, 21.
Nice.
Sorry, it's DC 10 plus 1 for each hour past 8 hours. So it'll be 11 the first DC and 12 the second DC.
So with the perception, Joan, it's much quieter, this leg of a journey. It feels like you're out of a hornet's nest, as it were. Even though everyone's on guard because it's so dark, you don't hear any yowling or the telltale sounds of like beating hooves of the wargs. And if you'd all like to make your, is it Constitution checks?
Contribution
What's-
save.
So if you make your Constitution saves, just to see how tired you are by the time you get there.
Do you have to do it if you're in the back of a wagon?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's bumpy as fuck.
Yeah.
I've got 1 level of exhaustion. That's bad.
Joan got a 13.
She passed.
So-
And Ember passed as well.
It's
Oh,
just
okay.
Pierre. Being an actual
And
Namby.
you.
I got 10! I
DC's
thought it was
ele-
DC 10.
No, DC 11.
Fuck!
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. Toby's done a lot of heavy lifting today.
So eventually you reach Fort Obligation, and that's your movie then.
Yeah,
now.
I thought it was
another
2
hour.
hours.
Yeah, it's 2 hours because it's 6
So
hours.
another exhaustion check then, yes?
Yep.
Come
See if Pierre ends up with
on.
a double-double.
Oh, thank
Oh.
God. I beat it by
Hey.
1.
Ember is
DC
energized.
12 this time. Yeah, you crushed it.
23!
Oh, you got 1 level.
He's like, too much walking.
What did Joan get?
Joan hasn't rolled it yet. Another con
Oh.
save, Joan. Same again.
Ooh, 5.
So
Oh,
1
no.
level
Shit.
exhaustion. It's not that bad because we probably
Yeah,
get
when we sleep,
here
you'll get rid of it.
Yeah.
Ember's just been napping with Blaze in the back, sleeping.
hot water bottle.
Water bottle, yeah.
She'll move you over to Fort Obligation.
Oh, that's a
Ooh.
proper fucking fort.
Yeah,
God
that's more
damn
like
it.
it.
Yeah, this is a Crusader fort from Algeria. No, not Algeria, Syria. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah.
Fortress Big Slow. No, it's
I'm just gonna get a drink.
Oh, why don't we go to this fort?
Yeah. Look at this compared to our fucking shed.
Where's our brick wall?
Yeah, fucking hell.
Shed. It's funny because I'm in a shed.
I think if only missed anything while snoozing.
Snoozing.
Probably not.
It's a lot of combat.
Yeah.
Not really.
Just Pierre trying to be fresh.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I just
to
assumed
know.
she was ignoring him.
While snoring.
June.
You feel a little bit more rested at least.
I do. I don't know what happens to me. I did that thing the other day that you said about setting alarms, and that worked perfectly. But today, not so much.
Yeah.
I think you're doing exactly what I used to do, which is
Probably.
gorgeous.
be so one gorging and two being so like annoyed at not having enough of your own individual time that you end up staying up way too late and not sleeping enough.
That's what I do. But I'm always
Yay!
alone.
Yeah, like,
Raise the healthy coping mechanisms.
pretty much always I'm like, oh, I'm gonna text Kieran at 3 AM and he immediately replies. I'm like, sweet.
Okay,
You're
so
also up at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I don't sleep.
Fair enough.
Go to bed early, but then I sleep, and then I wake up again in the night. Cause yeah, that's my life.
Fair enough.
So, as you approach this grand, well-built fort, you can see the sort of crenellations and the Cormyrian soldiers watching out. You'd probably be coming down towards where this bridge is.
Pierre like sidles up to Toby and just says,
Just
Nah.
say it.
"Now this is more like it. A fortress grand enough for Toby Legrand himself. Why are we not assigned here?"
I must admit that the names feel a bit oddly placed. Ours feels more the obligation, whereas this feels more the champion.
Yes, I couldn't
So-
agree more.
Toby and everyone else, as you cast your eyes to the what is it? It's only about from here. It's about 10 miles to the ruins of Mazandar. You can see the crackling blue energy, which seems to be shifting between yellow, blue, and red, which in above like the mountain over there. From the last time you properly looked at it on top of, when you're on top of Fort Champion, it seems to. You're not sure if it's got larger, or more vicious, or if you've just got closer to it.
What a sight. Makes you want to go up there even more, doesn't it? Seeking out adventure and I wonder what kind of magic and some sort of mad mage is up to up there.
Maybe fire?
Yes, Miss Wins, fire.
Maybe
Dig.
feathers?
Perhaps.
Jokes I do.
Think of all the artifacts you could find in that kind of place. Get a pretty penny for those.
As you stop short of the bridge, Bugrick is like, right, didn't want to do this, but I guess I am grateful for all your help. But the Iron Throne pays its debts, and I know that I wouldn't have made it here without you. So, don't tell anyone I did this. And he opens up the back of a cart and gestures to all of you. Go on, have at it. One each.
Oh, I couldn't possibly, not after you protected me in that battle. I felt like a anxious schoolgirl.
He looks at you, he's like, well, no, you've already had one.
Well,
Toby
precisely.
laughs out
Precisely,
loud.
yes.
I will show you his his inventory, and you can take one weapon, not the armor, one weapon.
Fuck!
He's opening the weapons, not the armor. It's too expensive.
Ember just looks inside and she's like, I don't really want any of it.
Dewey would pick up the Morning Star, and he's like, "Oh, really?" And he's like swinging it around.
I imagine him knocking himself on the head with it.
Yeah, well, it is pretty heavy, and he doesn't look. It's like it's more of a status symbol.
If you say so, Dewey. I don't see much of a status.
Yeah, we'll sidle up to Ember and just say, well, you might want to take the most expensive one and try and put it, see if anyone around camp might want it. Put a little bit of coin in your time here.
Oh, that's clever. People buy these things from me?
Yes,
Well, I
you know.
guess,
Something to great do. Making money in your spare time.
Oh no!
which one would you say was the most valuable? No, I don't really know. They just look sharp and pointy to me.
Well, those halberds certainly look quite fancy.
And the rapier is also very expensive.
Well, I already have that, and he holds it out.
And Joan would just give him like a sarcastic smile, like,
Well, I guess I'll have a halberd then.
Toby takes a longsword, inspects it, and grunts his approval, and ties the sheath to his belt.
Mr.
How
Fast, why
fancy.
don't you take one of these maces?
Really
can-
heavy or not?
I already
Huh?
have the mace. I am very tempted by the flail.
Yeah.
Ah, but this
Oh,
mace
yes.
is... she already bought a Mastercrafted mace, didn't she? I forgot.
I don't think she did.
Or did she
I
not?
think Rodri bought one, and and Toby bought a pick.
Well, in,
I
that,
don't
in that
know.
case, then he would say, well, these ones, Jones, they are even better than your standard mace. Finest iron throne craftsmanship.
Him
The
trying to
flail.
sell it was
Be the
definitely
flail.
better off. Yes, I think I will go with the flail.
Yes.
So
Because I think I have this badass vision of her being like
Yes.
Yeah.
hair all in the
Yes.
wind, like swinging this thing around, and, like blood spattered across her face. And
Yes.
Love it.
Hmm.
You can get it modified so the ball and chains on the end are like a Monitor suns
Yeah.
to smash
Mm.
people with.
Nice.
Mumfrey would be proud.
Ember just kind of drags this halberd out of the thing and just like lifts it. It's heavier than it looks.
yeah, you'd see Rodri gets out a Mastercrafted halberd as well. All gone.
goodbye, halberd.
You can add I think it's +1 rather than a regular one, aren't you?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Just one
just
more.
rename it though, Anya, Mastercrafted instead, because it's not magical, but it's a +1. You know what I mean?
Confused, but okay.
So like magical damage avoids the resistances. This one gives you +1 to your roll, but it doesn't
Oh.
avoid the resistances. Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
click on it, love, and then you can go on customize.
Yeah, I think I've got it now. Flail +1.
What was the halberd? Was it a +1 or 2? I can't remember.
+1.
Cool.
They're all +1s, Mastercrafted, but not magical. What the fuck is Dewey gonna do that fucking Morning Star?
Swing it around.
Right. So Bugrick looks up at the walls. He's like, "Right, we're going in then."
After you, my sworn protector.
So as you trot down the bridge, you hear one of the guards like at the top of the sort of portcullis. He's like, "Who goes there?" Bugrick. He's like, "It's the Iron Throne," and looks back.
And his folly, who this wonderful guardian protects. We would not have lived without his bravery and cunning on the battlefield.
Right.
So
Hi.
Toby calls out, "Soldiers in the Grand Army."
And that as well.
So he's like, I will get the commander. And after a few minutes of waiting atop the portcullis, you see someone that some of you recognize.
Ah.
He's like, well, the weapons arrive. It took long enough.
His head is so shiny.
The monitor approves.
Iron Throne, open the gates for him. And he points at all of you. Although you are with the army, I do not grant you access to my fort. You may sleep below the bridge.
Well, that's rude.
I do not care. You earn your place in fort obligation, the vanguard of the attack.
No. Then we do not give you. If you do not extend us the welcome that we deserve for doing you this favor, then you do not get the results of the favor.
You just see Bugrick rolling the cart in
No.
as you say that.
A monitor is not pleased by this.
Perhaps, does Pierre know this guy's name? Probably not, right?
You can do a history check, see if you know.
Yeah.
You are from similar areas, and that extends to Toby as well.
13?
History check.
Yeah, he's a vassal of the hinterlands as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you know he's famously like a massive douchebag. He's very high and mighty. You've heard, well, when Darian went, you heard things like he chose Darian just because he wanted someone of high blood that's been stained under to serve him.
Interesting. That's actually really good. Pierre's going to call out and say to him, "Are you not the famed Comte Dondarian Alamba?"
That is me. I own Fort Crag, and I am stationed as the commander of this beautiful castle.
I have heard tales of your might. It is such an honor, a pleasure to see you in person, Comte.
Do a persuasion check to see how, if you're getting him, if he believes that you're being genuine.
Yeah.
Let me just do that.
22.
He's like, well, I see we have a. What is your name, sir?
My name, Comte, is a humble family, a humble noble family. I come from Pierre Rallyhorn.
The Rallyhorns, they saved King Azun IV. That's mighty noble of you.
Well, I certainly try, Comte, but it doesn't quite live up to your expertise and your grand physique.
This guy, he is big, but he's also he's very hench, but he's also pretty fat.
Yeah.
And obviously the armor just makes him look
Yeah, like a barrel.
massive. Yeah.
Pierre just says, I think I'm a bard myself, Comte. I would love to come within the fort and with my companions, and I can sing tales of your exploits, and perhaps we can also I think we would all be honoured to drop a small, not a small, a sizable donation in your name to the for operation to support the operation of this fort.
Monsieur Rallyhorn, your praise is enough. You and your, and he sort of does a little thing like.
At the thing about the sizable donation, Joan would elbow Pierre in the ribs. Where on earth do you think we are going to get that kind of money from?
Well, I'll come up with something. Once we're inside, it doesn't matter, does it?
You are all talk, all mouth and no trousers, Monsieur Rallyhorn.
Well, I do like to lead without any trousers on, Miss Lafarce.
What?
Yes.
Nothing, Comte. We're just discussing just how excited Miss Avasir is to... She's realised that you are Dondarian Alamba. It's quite an honour to be in your presence, sir.
Well, miss, I am sorry to tell you I am already wet, but if I was not...
Thank you, Combs. If only I were 20 years older.
Well, if only I was 30 years younger.
The fuck's that?
Only
I will grant you access to the courtyard. I will have tents brought out for you. Yeah, please do not make a mess of the fort. I don't know how you do things down there. I'm fort champion, but this is a proper fort led by a real noble.
Of course, Comte Lamba, we will make sure we follow your high standards.
I trust Rallyhorn will. And
I'll make sure the rabble here don't cause any trouble.
Sort of nods down at you. He's like, let them in. And the gates unfold before you.
Ember just looks at Blaze. You hear that? No fire.
So, do you go in?
Yeah. We need to rest.
So, in the courtyard, there's people rushing around, not too frequently. People look like they're bedding down. Most of them are sort of like staying out your way. You can see a large group has sort of like gathered around Bugrick as he's gone in. Some of them appear to be Iron Throne people. There seem to be people there who are like trying to upgrade their weaponry. Eventually, some people would bring out some simple tents for you, which have the purple dragon emblazed on it, set up, and they give you some bedrolls and a small fire so you may rest.
Small fire. Big fire.
So is there anything anyone's interested in doing while they're at fort obligation? A lot of it's like closed off to you because you're not from the fort, but obviously you can talk to each other, and they're providing you with food. Like, it's pretty basic rations, so you don't have to use any of your own.
Pierre would sidle up alongside Joe, and as they're walking in and sort of settling down, and he would just say, "Are you proud of me?"
For what exactly?
Well, we would have been sleeping under a bridge tonight, like trolls, and now this is more fit for an emissary of a Monitor herself. I'd like to think
Yes.
I'd have played a little part in your good rest.
Yes, but sleeping under a bridge like a troll is exactly where you belong.
Well, I'm hurt, Miss Afas, but you know, as long as you sleep in the finest quarters, then I go to bed happy, and I'll sleep well whether I'm under the stars or under a bridge.
Joan would like do the thing where you like pat someone on the cheek, but you do it quite aggressively and like and almost like. Yes, just as long as you remember that you have your priorities right, Mr. Rallyhorn.
Of course, and perhaps if perhaps you might feel up to sharing some of that poetry.
Perhaps one day.
He kind of nods a more genuine nod and just smiles and says, "Well, I bid you a good evening, madame."
What are the chances?
What
Are the chances that if she's sharing it in this evening, I can do it next time, because I haven't actually written a terrible poem for this particular point as yet.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, Joan can share it whenever she wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just seems like this is a good time now. It's just I don't actually have one to hand, so if it's like I
Well,
want
You
you're
could
carrying on.
You could just say you're telling him and then write it up
Oh,
for
yeah,
next
yeah.
time.
True. I didn't even think of that.
Ember puts her hand up and she says, "I'm proud. I definitely don't want to be sleeping under a bridge. They're wet, they're dirty, they're damp."
Well, I'm glad,
Mostly
Miss Waynes. I'm glad you enjoy my my craftsmanship.
I
Joan
did.
would
That's quite
definitely
impressive.
gesture to Pierre. The perfect conditions for a toad.
Well, you know, toads have it quite bad in this world, don't they? You know, croaking about and, you know, in swamps and all that.
Being all disgusting and warty, and nobody wants them around.
Precisely, you know. I
It
think
can be
I'm-
quite tasty, actually.
Amber, disgusting.
They're kind of nice, you know?
Okay, one thing I need to ask.
Mhm.
What are you doing with your prisoner?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He goes under the bridge.
Hiding him?
I think we have to hide him.
So he's just in the back of the
Yeah, hide and where they're going through those wagons.
It's a great point.
Oh, yeah, true.
Fuck.
Let's just toss him out onto the mountain.
No, we need to keep an eye on him.
I mean, these guys might have someone who speaks Goblin.
Yeah, I think we should
yeah,
turn him over to them.
Yeah, I think we should turn him over to them. Yeah.
He could be the donation.
Yeah, that's a perfect idea. Yeah, Pierre would
There you
like body up to Dondarian and just say, "We've brought a prisoner for you. Come to Lambert."
Dondarian would always find a point where he's not near you. He'd probably be like up on the wall over here, so he's always looking down at you.
Yeah. He would call up to him and present the goblin before him like a sort of someone presenting a gift to a king kind of thing. And just say, "We've apprehended a criminal in the road attempting to steal these weapons. The
Filth.
Exactly, the disgusting individual. His master, though, he lies in a lair somewhere in the mountains. We were hoping perhaps that someone amongst your fine men may speak the goblin tongue."
You may not believe it, Monsieur Vallejon, but I do speak a bit of Goblin.
Oh, that does not surprise me. Comte Lambert, you are an intellect. Your intellect is renowned across all of CORMYR.
I thank you for inflating my ego to such a bulbous state. It suits me.
I couldn't agree more, Comte Lambert.
So he shouts down at the goblin. Can't believe he actually speaks goblin. This is ridiculous. Why did I put it in fucking character sheet? I was like, that makes sense. He's gonna be on the front line. But he's like, "Hey, this guy." He's like, "Yes, and it's on there."
I can listen to this all night.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
Are you? What? We have come to an agreement.
Oh, very good. Shall I leave him in your capable hands? Comte Lambert, your men's, of course.
Yes, he says his master is not with the enemy, as it were.
Oh no?
He says they are independent band. They rob from all in the Stonelands. He calls him his emperor. How ridiculous.
Goblins call him an emperor. Is he referring? He's not referring to Slugger, is he?
He just said him.
Is he referring to the orc? Do you know?
Well, yes, a large half-orc.
Ah, yes, we saw the man, a coward, turned his tail and ran from us.
Looks down at the goblin. He says he is not from CORMYR or the Stonelands. He sidled up about half a year ago and took over their clan.
I see. Well, perhaps if we knew the location, we could send some of our men to hunt him down. Sounds like a menace to me.
I thought the job was to hunt it yourselves. Are you not the 4th champion away team?
Well, of course we would hunt it, but we were hoping to garner the location of this pathetic creature.
This creature has said, I am willing to spare his life if he acts and tells me more information about. He sort of gestures over at the burning sort of mountain. It is good for now.
Oh, very well then. We'll.
But it says the trap. You're in a trap, yes.
Oh well, yes, something like that. But we fought
Yes.
them off.
Obviously, Monsieur Alejandro, I see you are capable one.
Yes, well, I certainly try to emulate such great men as yourself.
It says near there to the to the east there is a mountainside encampment. Maybe goblins are difficult with distances. They talk in weird lengths of walks and things like that. But maybe he says it's very nearby in the mountainside.
Very well, well, we'll certainly get searching as soon as possible.
I'm glad we could come to an agreement, Monsieur Rallyhorn.
As am I, Comte Lambert, and I bid you a good evening.
If you do well, boy, I may station you here.
Oh well, I can only hope for such a wonderful experience serving under a man such as yourself.
He looks at Rager, and then he looks at Joan. You and your beautiful women.
And they are quite beautiful.
Joan would just like dirtily look him up and down.
Well, good evening, Comte Lambert, and yes, he kind of bows and moves off.
Adieu,
Adieu.
Monsieur Rallyhorn and the waiting.
Pierre moves back over to the camp and sort of sits down, kind of looking disgusted near everyone, and he's just kind of like, I feel dirty. That man is, you ever heard of an orangutan?
No, what's an orangutan?
It's like
It sounds like
an
something
awfully
very-
fat ape.
Oh,
Very well. I will bite. What is the comparison?
Well, did you not see him up there? He's awfully fat, and his demeanor is quite ape-like.
I take it apes are not supposed to be good looking for a human?
Definitely not, and they're also got quite the temper on them. And just generally
Do we note that
not
one
very
down?
polite.
Mm.
He
It was a bit rude, to be fair.
He did-
Telling us to live under a bridge?
did well letting us, convincing him to let us come in, Pierre.
Well,
Mhm.
thank you, Miss LeBlanc. I certainly try. Much to Mr. Farce's, unfortunately, lack of appreciation.
I roll.
If we did not, if you went so well, we might not have found out where this base was.
Well, hopefully now with that information we can chase down this fellow and sort it out, as it were. I'm sure Mr. Legrand is already thinking of battle plans and strategy as we speak.
I like to think that while everyone was kind of watching Pierre charming the socks off this guy, Toby was just like, yep, same as usual, and was just like setting up his bedroll and completely ignoring it in the back. Well, it is good to confirm. There were the mountains to the immediate east of where we were, and the half-orc headed in that direction. So we have a strong lead, but it was a close-fought battle, and if we're to head there, which we are bound to do by our word, we need to think about what it might be like fighting him on his own turf.
Yes, I'm sure he's got more goblins and wargs where those came from.
Well, didn't they say he had a clan? We did kill quite a lot of them.
It's true. Perhaps we wiped out most of them.
That does not say how big the clan is, though. It could be hundreds.
It's true. But then, I suppose it could just be a cult of personality. I'm not
You,
sure who would like that creature, though.
you saw how he himself cut down one of his own. He strikes with great strength and precision.
Do a perception check to see if you saw what it was he was wielding.
Perception. This one. Oh. 19.
So, yeah. Doing Arcana as well, Toby. You know from that, it was heavily ornate. Like, it was beautiful.
Not exactly mythical armor.
Well, yeah, you think it could possibly be a master-crafted one, or possibly even a +1 longsword. Great axe, you're not really sure.
He would definitely say we have had warriors like him in the company before, in the avant-garde. Oftentimes it is easy to underestimate them. They seem foolish with their obsession over weapons and shiny gear and what have you. But do not be fooled. Part of what they love is how amazing they are with the weapons themselves. It is rare that you have someone who loves the weapon so much who can't back it up with a strong arm behind it. He sort of looks at Ember and Dewey in particular, need to make sure to keep your distance. You've done well doing so in fights so far, though Dewey, you took a few hits, but against this foe, you need to stay.
I'm just not used to the horse, Toby. I kind of got a bit trapped.
Yeah. Well, I'll stay at the back. What if he comes toward me? Should I still run, or?
Certainly, your number one priority needs to be keeping out of his reach. I will do my best to block him, but one of the reasons why it can be more dangerous on his ground. He will know the layout. There could be secret doors, passageways. If it's in the mountains, it could likely be a cave complex.
Maybe we should draw him out.
I was wondering, actually, yes, if you do not have any use for your gifts, gestures towards Dewey's massive morning star, they might be useful as bait when the time comes.
Or perhaps even, if we got to higher ground, we could scout out this base of his, and then Miss Wins here could smoke him out, as it were.
I was about to say the same thing. I think that's a good idea. As backup. Or maybe not as backup. Fire.
Sounds like we got a plan A and a plan B. We really are on top of things.
I'm quite attached to the idea of keeping my flail. I think it would be badass.
But of course, we wouldn't take anything from you, Mr. Farce. You're too fine a specimen to take such a brilliant weapon from.
Maybe.
Lean over to him and be like, I dare you to try and take something from me.
Oh, well, that's certainly a challenge for Pierre Rallyhorn.
Yeah.
He leans back with his hands behind his head.
And Joan would just push him in the chest and just walk away.
Or you just
Wait.
block the door and then we can smoke him out, and he'll just die of smoke inhalation.
Assuming
I'm not
anything
sure.
is flammable.
Yeah, if it is a mountain complex, Ember, there will not be much wood around.
Hmm.
Smoke also needs direction. Do you have the ability to manipulate the wind, or I
Perhaps
don't
if you,
profess.
You can direct
Yes.
the fire, though.
Well, Ember, you seem to have the
Yeah.
first bit of your name down, Ember, but what about the winds, huh?
Oh, well, what about you then? Where's your grass?
I can get grass anytime I want.
I heard some cats like to eat grass.
It
Grass
does
is
help.
actually quite nice, yeah.
Well, you learn
Only the
something new every day.
Remember, Dewey said don't eat yellow grass.
I read a story once about a group of adventurers who took on a band of orcs in a cave, and they rolled a wagon up that was burning and smoked them out from that way. Perhaps we could try something like that.
Was one of them a tabaxi?
I don't think so. I believe a half-elf, an orc, or half-orc, a tiefling, and a some kind of bird-like creature.
We have our own folk tales about tabaxi heroes. There's one. He appears for just a while, and he doesn't know where he is, and well, he disappears, but he helps whoever he comes across. Isn't that right, Ember?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Shits in the wind, I think.
Yes, it's a pretty bad name for such a glorious hero, but he gets by, and
Yes, I think I'd prefer to shit under the bridge than shit in with the winds, but
Well, making that tabaxi. Shit, the bridge. That's incredible.
well, I think I'm rather tired, and I think it's perhaps all time we hit the hay. What do you say?
I say hay is flammable, probably not great around me.
It's okay. I will room with you, Amber. I can create and destroy water. It's okay.
Can you create and destroy fire?
Not quite, but I thought
should-
this might come in handy with your pyromaniac tendencies.
She picks up Blaze.
Oh, and we could not forget Blaze with the
Yes, a lovely creature.
He's cute. He
So
also
so
needs-
so cute. Yes.
She holds him out to you,
Yeah,
Pierre.
no, it's fine at this distance.
Oh, but he wants to be patted on the head.
I will buy him. Rough hands.
Oh, he's so warm though. Maybe he'll make your hands smooth.
Well, no, I wouldn't want to ruin his lovely coat with my rough hands.
It's just like
Very
look
good
at
hand
you.
on
It's- Oh yeah. See, he's soft, isn't he, Jane?
He's so soft.
He's
My
soft
God.
and he's warm.
If only I
It
had
does.
fur like you. I'm kind of looks at him dead in the eye.
I just realised Pierre and Toby's check should have been made at disadvantage because they're exhaustion.
No, because it's their saves, not ability checks. But I think exhaustion is just ability checks, isn't it? The first one.
Yeah, because you made a persuasion check for.
Oh, of course, you're right.
Yeah,
It's
and
done
I made a
now.
perception check, but yeah, it's done.
I'll make another one, see how good it went. How good, bad it could have gone.
I kind of like that it went really well with Alamba and
I mean, at least got a 16.
Yeah, it's
so.
still 16.
I do like Alamba being like, they're all idiots except that rally hall.
He seems like a stand-up guy.
Okay, so you may all take a long rest.
Ooh, in the night, Pierre wants to do something.
Yeah, I wonder what that
Okay.
could be.
I'll just get a drink.
Right before the night, then you just have a little
Yeah.
scene of Ember feeding Blaze, just a little bit of rations, just sitting on her lap.
Oh.
She's got her tail like curled over him. He's got his tail curled around.
If he
Can we
eats,
get a red panda, Tom?
does he poop?
You must do.
Hmm?
Maybe that's what the shits in the wind is.
Little fiery poos.
Fiery bees.
Can we get a red panda? I mean, I love red pandas. I've still got my plushie red panda somewhere.
Oh.
That's
Can we get one?
that's so cute.
I don't think they're
Okay.
allowed as pets. I don't know.
No, I don't
Definitely
think they
not.
are.
Oh, I'm back.
Certain ones are. You can have a capybara, I think.
Oh,
Don't.
capybara. Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Okay, well, we're getting a capybara now.
In the flat.
When me and
Jesus.
Hannah got to like pet them in the zoo experience, that was
Oh.
one of the best things in my entire life.
That's so
Aw.
cute, yeah.
It was lovely. Yeah, Pierre wants to try and sneak into Joan's tent as she's sleeping, accepting her challenge, and he's going to try and steal, probably like, maybe like an amulet off her or something, like something,
Okay.
or like
So-
a signet ring or something.
So, Pierre, do a sneak check.
Yeah.
And Joan and Ember, can you do perception at disadvantage?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're asleep.
Or you just use their passive.
Yeah, you probably use their passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, passive even when you're asleep.
Yeah, because that's kind of like
Ears prick up.
yeah. it is
I guess,
pretty-
yeah,
Okay.
disadvantage isn't a bad call either. I will say, Toby. I think Toby would 100% be aware of what Pierre is going to try and do,
100%, yeah.
but he wouldn't be stopping him because he thinks Joan will probably enjoy beating Pierre up in the future anyway. But Toby's sleeping with his armor off, but with his new longsword quite close by, and with his tent like half open,
Okay.
just yeah.
Oh,
What was it?
Ready to stop any bloodshed if things get too heated.
by the way, I mentioned to Tom the other day, and he was really surprised. So just for like RP reasons, Joan is always wearing her armor. She takes it off to wash and then puts it back on again, and sleeps in it.
Okay.
Warning you.
So,
Mm.
with disadvantage,
Mine would be a
Jane?
disadvantage as well because I'm exhausted.
yeah.
Can I
True.
do one? Can I do one for Blaze as well?
Yeah, do one for Blaze.
Oh, look at my squishy little boy.
Good. What is it? Wisdom.
Big old
Okay.
ridiculous roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think Ember's gonna try and stop you?
Probably not.
No.
Come on,
Uh,
Joan, roll shit.
And,
I got
is-
14.
Fuck!
So, as Pierre's sneaking up to the tent, first things, as Pierre opens the tent, wait, what did Blaze get? 2.
You got a 2, but
Oh.
he does also have advantage with his sense of smell. So does that count?
I'd say it's straight roll because he's asleep.
Okay, yeah.
So as Pierre opens the tent, Ember, you immediately see it, and
Yep.
as you react, you sort of actually kick Joan, like instinctively, like, oh, someone's coming, and then Joan wakes up, and Pierre's face is just looking into the tent.
Yes, I just came to check up on you ladies, see that you're well.
Oh,
Good
well,
night.
it's just you. Yeah, she goes back to sleep.
Would Joan be able to work out what he was up to?
Do an insight check, Joan.
I mean,
Yeah.
14.
You'd remember what you said earlier about trying to get something off.
and it was his reaction to that more than
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
than what she'd said.
Interesting, because I was like, oh yeah, issued an invitation. Sounds a bit rapey. So I'm glad that can go in that direction.
Pierre's not like that, Jesus.
No, I know, but that's I was like, shit, I shouldn't have said that to.
one thing that's not going to be in my campaign. It's rape. Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
No, I know, but I was like, that seems like a dodgy invitation to make to somebody.
You saw it as a challenge to steal your fucking amulet.
Yeah. But it was, but then I was like, oh, does it sound like that?
I did not think that until you said, so maybe I'm just a sweet
No, I
innocent summer
didn't.
child.
How would Joan react then? It's just Pierre's face just staring in. You and Ember just like, hey.
Well, Mr. Ruddyhorn, is there something I can help you with?
Well, no, I just came to check up on you ladies and see, make sure you're
Of course.
sleeping well.
Of course, I'm sleeping well with my amulet of a monitor around my neck.
Oh well, fantastic. The perfect place for it, of course.
It's well protected under my armor,
Yes. Well,
where nobody can steal it from me.
no, well, you know, I guess if someone were trying, they'd have to somehow get that armor off you. And he kind of winks and then backs out of the tent.
Well, poor Joan's definitely not going to take up any of his. She's just going to think that he's trying to get with her just for in the amulet.
How would you sleep in armor anyway?
It's really
Yeah,
light.
Comfortably.
That's what I said, but then yeah, I did think about mithril plate.
And that's Joan. She's
So if-
like all sacrifice.
Yeah, but it's still like dig into you and stuff.
Mhm.
True, but maybe she sees it as like penance or
Yeah.
some kind of crazy
Yeah.
stuff like
It's
that.
like Klingons.
So, have you all?
Unbeknownst to anyone, Toby's had a little happy smile on his face as he's sleeping, as Pierre got discovered on his
Yeah.
little sojourn.
I don't know why, but I just imagine Toby wearing one of those little hats, like the
Oh
little
yeah,
nightcaps
yeah,
when
yeah,
he
yeah. The
sleeps.
little
Oh,
floppy
100%.
triangle. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like
Yeah.
to think that in an
1,000,000%.
alternate universe, he bought it from Nigel's shop of crocheted.
Oh, I
Oh.
want to live in that universe.
Well, you never know. I mean, this is set 4 years after that, so maybe he even did. You never know.
yeah.
Oh, he has to survive
You
first.
survive.
Yeah.
Bought it from a very kind Goliath man.
And if it's not Nigel, it's going to be some rando weird guy.
Balor's House of Wonders.
No. God!
Yeah, for actually selling it of the Cogthorpe.
That's a great impression, holy shit.
So I think it's quite a good place to stop for tonight.
Yeah. I would
Yeah.
say Pierre would go back into the tent and sort of sit opposite Toby and just be like, so close.
No.
Toby just farts,
That's perfect.
rolls over.
I like how this implies Dewey and Rager are stirring a tent, like, hey. Okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah, the heir to the throne's a half leopard man.
Yeah.
Weirdly hairy.
Yeah.
Right.
Something
walk
wrong
on
with
all
something wrong with your child.
Is that a tail?
So it all turned out all right for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I had faith,
I was
mostly.
worried for a second, but yeah.
You did very well. That round, you
Yeah.
just obliterated a lot of stuff.
We
The
did,
nat
yeah.
the nat 20 on Dewey
Nat
was
20 on
like
Dewey, yeah.
the
Yeah.
rallying point.
Yeah, it really was.
He did that ice knife,
The f-
embers, Scorcher. It's just like holy fuck, cleared so many of them
The
out.
fact that fucking what's his face, what's his face, Moz, like got like
Oh yeah,
5 fails in a row.
I felt so mean.
He got less than
So I
a
was
he got less than
DMing,
a
I'd be
5
like,
on
"Arr!"
every roll. It was
Yeah.
like a 3, a 2, a 1, and then a
Yeah.
4, I think, or something like that. It was just like what? the
Yeah.
fuck?
He only needed
Well.
a 25% chance each time.
Yeah.
Well, you get to see Fortress Slugger next time.
Yeah, big slug.
I'll hunt that motherfucker down.
You're gonna
Man,
get him.
I'm not looking forward to tanking him as Toby. It's like, I take 3 off of the damage. 25 damage. Ah! Gonna be getting bonked.
I'm glad I've somehow fit Slugger into this campaign.
That's great.
That's amazing.
The perfect, like, mini boss style person.
Yeah, couldn't be more accurate. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, this is when Blaze when he first tried to get through the door.
That's so cute.
Oh, I don't know why, but red pandas seem like such good pets for like humanoid cats. I don't
Mm,
really
Yeah.
know why. I guess it's because humans and dogs kind of look similar.
mhm.
Kind of. And then the red panda, they do that. I mean, they've got legs and.
You've been looking at.
Got
No.
legs.
No, but I mean, like a dog, if it stands on its hind legs and doesn't have any hair on it, looks kind of like a human.
Yes.
Hannah, you said that.
If you say so.
Just love their
But-
tails. Look at his little tail
Like,
being all prehensile.
do you
That's
think-
so cool.
Do you think Ember chose him to be a red panda because they have red panda pets in their village?
Hmm.
Say
I would
yes.
I think you
say
should make
probably
that canon.
yes. I'd probably say they're probably not the most common pet. So
Yeah,
probably most common one is probably panthers
yeah.
because they use them to hunt stuff. But yeah, pandas would be as well.
So they're kind of like the cat. Well, cats are mainly used for like. Well, dogs are used for jobs, aren't they? So that'd be like the panther,
Yeah,
and then the red panda would kind of be like a cat.
yeah, pretty much.
We got a long rest, by the way, didn't we, Q?
Yeah.
They're just so cute, red pandas. Looking at all the gifts.
They're unreal. A little surprised arms in the air they do. Fucking kills me every time.
What time would you get up the next day? Like 6 or 7 or?
Yeah, pretty early.
I think.
With dawn.
Whew. That was fun. It was nice getting back
Thank
to
you.
CORMYR.
Yeah. It was nice to. I like that session a lot. It felt
Yeah,
like
me
a lot
too.
of. I just wanted to get a fucking Fort Slugger, man.
I'm expecting like a 15 deep story dungeon within the mountain.
Oh, if you're expecting that, then don't.
I just want to see if he has any, like, lieutenants, you know? Apprentices.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Slugger.
Little slugger.
Little Slugger.
Little Slugger, you have to do that now.
I think actually Tom did mention it ages ago.
Yeah,
and
shit.
I did. And I. It's just a dagger.
Yeah.
I did mention it because I imagined us killing all the goblins and him not giving a shit, and then we killed one random certain one, and he's like, "Little slugger, no!" Just goes berserk and attacks us.
God, we should bring the fucking head of Moz there to like piss him off. That's a be a good
We
way
ate
to
it.
draw him out. We could bring the
I mean-
tusks. We got the tusks,
Yeah.
and he'll recognise the tusks. He probably looks at them like constantly.
So, oh, wish I had tusks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish I had mouth weapons. Fuck.
And I could get him out.
I'd be great. I mean, if Slugger dies. I mean, I can do more of Slugger dead than I can alive. So.
This is how I imagine Blaze throughout the whole fight.
He could be a great backup character, a reborn slugger who's just like forgotten everything. And all he remembers is just the phrase, "Get shit out."
He just opens a weapon shop and he's like, for some reason this feels really wrong.
I need that in my life now. Oh, I love the idea of him becoming like an extra planar, like merchant who like joins the Vistani or something and then goes between all the different planes, just like got lots of weapons on sale, strangers.
And you
Says-
can't have any of them.
Yep.
You gotta fight me for him.
Sluggers, reluctant, genuine weapons.
That's like that Faye Bargains merchant always looks really good
Yeah.
in that book.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, do something with it one day.
Yeah, it'd be fun as fuck.
Oh, good shit.
I just
Yeah.
think if he does die, you have to at least have like a cult that carries on. He's like a martyr to the cult. And they carry him on. The war cry of gets it out.
Get it out. It's...
Get it out. Like goblinoid army worship the great weapon god.
Oh, I can't.
Saint Slugger.
Oh, all the D&D at the moment's so good. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
enjoying
that
it.
was a bad one.
Got 4
Did you
sessions
see
this
the picture earlier, Anya, that Lewis posted?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure who it's meant to be, but it's very cool.
week. It's the
It's
their characters from Worldbound.
See if you can guess whose character, Anya.
The one on the right is Hannah's character.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the left is Lewis's character, and the tall green man is Tom's character.
Well, it's Liz's campaign,
Yeah, I'm the
so
DM.
Oh,
it's
See?
all right, except I'm the one on the left.
oh, okay, interesting.
I think if you knew her personality, it'd make more sense. She's like
I see. Oh, yeah. Now you say that, I did know. Yeah, I get confused as to who does which campaign at this point.
yeah.
Fucking Blossom.
Yeah.
I love Blossom so much. So
Yeah, but
funny.
the trio is what makes it though. She wouldn't be Blossom without the trio.
Yeah, it's true.
True.
Just her annoying theory, and it's like the funniest shit ever.
Yeah. She hasn't done message to him for a while. I'll have to remember that next
No.
time.
Get out of my head!
Video, I found another spider.
It's lots of
Gertrude,
spiders,
what do I
lots-
do with all the spiders that I found on the road? Can I take them home to the other spiders? They might not like them. I'm sure they will.
That campaign is
Gertrude, how do you train spiders again? Did you? You're clever, so you must know what. What's their favourite flies?
Gertrude's mind's like, I don't know multiple species of flies.
I love the thought of fucking at some point going to a Cobalt Soul archive and being all these like incredibly learned people, and then Blossom asks some stupid question like, "What's a spider's favorite type of fly?" And they're all just stood there like, I don't know.
Of course, there's this like 5-hour debate.
Yeah, Blossom's like, well, they're not really that smart then, are they?
There's an archive in Nogvarat, so
Oh yeah, I love Cobalt Soul building.
Oh,
yeah, they're really cool. I still think my favourite Blossom line was when you first interviewed Batista, and he was like rambling along about a bunch of bullshit and his novel and all that, and then Blossom was just like, "I don't know what he's just said, Gertrude, but it sounds really clever."
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Have you thought about your character for Bad Apples, Hannah?
I have not got a freaking clue. I'll think about it though. Oh, actually, no, Lewis made me roll it the other day, actually.
No, that was from my campaign.
Oh, that was
the
yours.
Daggerford,
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Bad Apples is
So
just a level 3 one shot.
You can always play if you want, Anya.
She's dead. I got Bugly Bug Snapper. Oh, did I disconnect? I did. Perfect time to end the thing. Goodbye.